I was laughing all night.
I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Peabody City Council Finance Committee, sitting as the Committee of the Whole. We have all councilors present this evening with the exception of Councilor Welton at this moment, and myself as chair. Tonight, we are going to begin the process of reviewing the fiscal 2025 City of Peabody operating budget. This meeting will be split over the course of 2 nights and potentially more if that becomes necessary. We're going to allow adequate time for all councilors to get answers to their questions, and if that means we do need to extend a portion of tonight's agenda into Thursday's meeting, or if that means we need to, additional meetings need to get schedules, we have those options. Those do exist. That said, the council is under an obligation to get through this budget, and it is my intent to do that as efficiently as possible. As comments and the directors will review, I'd ask that you please question in the and over into the details of the budget. Council's group questions. For example, like each council that has questions, general government, ask the mayor, the director, or any department head. Note that department heads attendance. The family issue, so hopefully all departments that you are here to your question so desire. As a under law, chapter 44, section 32, the council may reduce or reject any amount recommended in the annual budget. So if any councilor wants to make motions to reduce or reject a specific line item, I will entertain those motions. After all councilors have been, all questions have been asked and motions to reduce or reject have been voted, I will entertain a motion on the overall major budget section. So again, using general government as an example, the motion would be on the amounts in the table of contents section, less any council-approved reduction. With that as introduction and a review of the ground rules, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to you. Good evening, councilors. Hope everybody's doing well. I am pleased to present for your consideration the fiscal year 2025 operating budget for the City of Peabody. Last year at this time, I reported to you on our efforts to strengthen the city's finances and restore our municipal workforce. Although significant challenges remain, including skyrocketing costs for equipment and supplies, ever-rising increases to non-discretionary budget items, and a hiring crisis that affects cities and towns across Massachusetts, I am happy to report that our progress continues and that the city's financial picture is strong. The turnover in our workforce is abated. Hiring new those whose careers have become more. I had asked for some numbers from our HR. Beth O'Donnell. We've retired this fiscal is extremely, and just within the past 90 days, we have brought in over 200 new employees, with 200 employees going out, added to payroll and taken off payroll. A lot of those are seasonal with these seasons coming up, but that's an incredible workload and a lot taking place. I'm going to talk about TBAs shortly that you've seen in the budget, but a sense of in terms of higher continuous process that takes up the majority of the work of HR. But in hiring retain work is a constant challenge. Among perhaps none as severely as our. Did you on police and to pre-pandemic and privilege, as well as a full staffing? I can report a good progress. Peabody Fire. I think there's a in the book, but the reserve as well. I feel great about where we're at. We still have a little bit more Chief Dowling, but I feel stand with the department is not as rose looking as good in the department. I want to mention to discuss the problem arisen. Hope that we have moving forward, but the policing has changed over civil problem that we have with we are pulling large and those lists, and very are showing interest like in years. We put a lot on our police department, a lot on our chief, and a lot on our HR department as we try to navigate our way through that. Civil service continues to be a challenge. There is some discussion right now. I don't know if many of you are familiar. There's some discussions right now of a bill that we've split in half. The office would through the regular civil procedure for a list on the list, and we're on the list come into their interest. Other 50 to be the own municipalities, towns then would be able to hire from a self process. I don't know if that's going to pass, form that, but I know that's previously discussed in positives. This is something that's being discussed because there's been a lot of civil litigation. In town. The academy continue to be a up and that we're to get people on another academy. A large, hopefully, a large group of that 7 months away, and of course the itself 5 months. So we're looking environment that in terms of the police officers with and large the department stand, and there was a lot of feedback and good information. So to be an issue. Now we have a cat that will be graduating shortly, so that'll be 5 coming on. But we've had a number of unexpected departures. Office Academy, so not concerned. Hoping to have news and everybody else is certainly has been. I know this is an PBA. See there that are in the police, and again, those you made a point, and the staff of the Peabody Police Department, but I'm not going to compromise the integrity of that because we're really desperate for this office. I'm sure we get the type of office and be in that department, and but not, and it feels the same way. We do not want to compromise the outstanding that we have to make sure we have people coming into that department. The TAs I did want to mention because I've gotten a lot of questions from counselors and people just we'll see the TBA of them are on the police department. Keep in mind, that's just a movement that, and through just people tires, as you imagine, job opens up, because rules and the transfer into different positions. That happens, and then when that position, it creates a open position on the back end. Sometimes several months to get back to where we were. So see TBA, a number of those TBAs process now, interview going on a weekly basis, but that is just this moment, and there's some significant movement in some of the TBAs. TBA, of course, but any questions go through the department would be able to answer any. But I did want to ask me about. I want to thank Chief J. Dowling, Director Beth O'Donnell, for working with me on this critical public safety priority. I also want to thank our Finance Director, Mike Gingras, and our City Auditor, Mary Martin, for their many hours of hard work in the preparation of this budget. And really, I want to thank everybody who's here. Our department worked very hard on times operating with enough staff, and they do. I did Steve Patton, Mr. Chairman, come in on Thursday to be with us, but I think all of our other department heads are here and certainly willing to answer any questions. Over the past few months, we have worked with our department heads and school officials who will join us on Thursday to produce a balanced budget which invests in our city's future, delivers the high-quality municipal services our residents and business owners expect, and maintains the affordability and quality of life for which Peabody is known throughout the region. Tonight, I propose a fiscal year 2025 budget of $197,352,196. This amount represents an increase of $10,105,120. 5 increase. $0.6 million in education spending on our city-side obligations. Unlike last year, when we received $4.6 million in net additional state aid, or 2 years ago when we received $8 million, this year the net state aid increase is $1.4 million. This has a dramatic effect on our budget, with less state aid to support growth in our budget, and additional burden is placed on our taxpayers to support our budget obligations. The city side of the budget increase is $5.5 million. It's primarily driven by increased investments in public safety, which is $2.1 million, facilities, $433,000 plus, school health, $104,000 plus, and information technology and cybersecurity, which is over $170,000 increase, as well as increases to non-discretionary budget items such as health insurance, retirement funding, liability insurance, and our Essex Tech School assessment. I will touch a bit more on each of those items in a moment. This budget also includes a cost of living adjustment for our municipal workers based on our collective bargaining for fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2025. We have 1 year remaining on our collective bargaining agreement, so I anticipate a lot of this upcoming fiscal year. There'll be a number of meetings as we'll be negotiating with all of our 16 now city unions. So a great deal will be happening over the course of this fiscal year to try to make sure that we're able to meet the budget, the CBA expiring June 30th, 2025. The proposed fiscal year 2025 will be funded, as always, through a combination of increased local receipts, local revenues that come into the city, including hotel and meals tax, which continue to rebound from the pandemic, landfill fees, state aid, ARPA funds, which this year we're proposing $1 million to ARPA, and I'll get into ARPA shortly, for our schedule from $1 million per our schedule of use, reserves, and an increase in the tax levy. As you may know, this year is the final year in which we are allowed to utilize ARPA funding, the American Rescue Plan Act funding, to supplement our budget. If you recall, in 2022, I presented a plan to utilize ARPA funds responsibly so we wouldn't face such a steep financial cliff that other communities are facing. I mentioned at the time that we need to avoid a kid in the candy store approach to these one-time funds. 4 years ago, in 2022, fiscal year 2022, we utilized $4.5 million in ARPA funds to supplement our budget. In 2023, FY 2023, we used $2.5 million. Last year, for FY 24, we utilized $1.5 million, and then this year we utilized $1 million. Cost utilizing ARPA funds served our council out to me over the past about the school revolving. It was mentioned in the school as the cafeteria. It's actually the school lunch revolving account. And that was discussed pretty frequently during the recent school committee budget meetings. We are proposing to utilize $225,000 from this account as a source of revenue to fund some city line items. This is similar to action we have taken with other available revenue sources, such as free cash, parking meter funds, and health trust funds. These type of transfers are routinely voted on during tax classification in December. Mr. Jingus will provide further details in his presentation on these revenue sources. Certainly the history and any other questions about the school revolving account, the lunch, specifically the take a minute to drive this budget in. I propose consider any investment projects material the for the following items: health insurance, retirement funding, Essex Tech school assessment, and other contractual obligations, which I'll outline a little later. As residents, all of us receive bills for gas, electric, cable TV, home, and auto insurance, and these bills must be paid on time and in full. There is no negotiation and no wiggle room. That's why we call these items non-discretionary budget items. Just like those household bills we all pay, these non-discretionary bills keep going up and up every year. This year's increases for each of those non-discretionary budget items are as follows. The employee health insurance went up 9.95%, which is by far the biggest increase that we've seen in health insurance since I've been mayor. I think last year was about 7%, and that was one of the higher ones. But 9.95% really hit this year. That is about $1.8 million, both city and school-wide. Our retirement bill went up $520,000. Our Essex Tech school assessment went up $700,000. That's a 13.2% increase in Essex Tech. Pretty significant. And then other contractual obligations, our trash recycling, environmental permitting that's required at our landfill, which is a new mandate this year, our IT, our Council on Aging, and some other items that I will get into in more detail. And then our cost of living adjustments that I mentioned earlier. That comes to $4.8 million, again, city and school. A primary driver of this year's budget increase is the cost of living adjustments for our city and school employees, based on, again, our collective bargaining for fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 2025. As a mayor who negotiates contracts with each of our employee bargaining units, the 16, I do have some discretion here. I have always felt strongly that our hardworking municipal employees who deliver the services that our residents and business owners expect deserve a cost of living increase, particularly during these inflationary times. I respect those who feel differently or who believe the adjustment should be higher or lower, but I believe I negotiated in good faith and with the best interests of our city workers and the taxpayers they serve in mind. Our employees are the most important resource we have as a city. Each day they protect our lives and property, educate our children, maintain our parks and playgrounds, run our elections, promote public health, safeguard and provide our drinking water and other natural resources, advocate for our veterans and seniors, support the business community, protect our sensitive data, fill potholes, repair sidewalks, answer phone calls and emails, and maintain the city's finances, among so many other responsibilities. Employee compensation is the largest part of our budget this year and every year. Hiring good people and keeping them on the job is more difficult than it has ever been. But it is our responsibility as city leaders to do so for the good of the people we all serve. So I used the whiteboard last year. It was the first time I ever used it. I had actually took it from Mayor Tarigian, who used to use a whiteboard when he was making his presentations. But I got a lot of comments, particularly from people of the public and a couple of councilors, that it was helpful. So I kind of wanted to maybe summarize very briefly what this board represents. So again, up top here is the decline in financial aid. Now, some of my colleagues have called it a cut. Some of them have called it a great reduction. I know it's affecting everybody. Peabody's not alone in this decline. But the fact of the matter is, 2 years ago, we got $8 million above the state aid the year before. $8 million allowed us to make some investments and do some wonderful things. Last year, $4.6 million increase. This year, 1.4. Again, that is dramatic, that type of decrease in those numbers. And what that does is allows us or forces us to make some difficult decisions. Certainly we did in the school budget very recently, and some difficult decisions we'll have to make here with our budget. But that puts us behind right off the bat and puts us in a very difficult position, all of our department heads, all of us in city government, to try to figure out how to make that work. Now, there is some talk about a supplemental budget, but it's not something we can rely on at this point. I don't want to bank on that type of money, but I know that is being discussed. Supposedly, revenues at the state level have improved a little bit, but again, we have had in 2 years a $6.6 million decrease, and again, very difficult to overcome. I have ARPA and ESSER here. ARPA is the American Rescue Plan Act I mentioned earlier. I think everybody's familiar with that. I think everybody's familiar with ESSER money as well. ESSER is the elementary and secondary school emergency relief that went directly to schools for a number of items on that end. Those are done. Those are gone. Those were one-time items. They're off the books going forward. And I think there's a little bit of remaining money in our ARPA account that we're hoping to utilize for some small projects. But the ARPA that we've been living off to supplement the budget is done and over. At a $1.8 million increase, we just get to, again, 1.8 million. Right there is a 7. $7 tax item. We based on our state requirement to receive this year was a $1,000 increase, and that comes at about 21 just for a tax. I'm thinking about 40 million per million to give you an estimate to give people. So that item right there, retirement increase, is a tax. The tech, again, that I've 13%, $700. That comes to tax increase. That and then I put together a number of other obligations, which we'll go through during the presentation, regarding IT, regarding some DPS requirements, some testing that's mandated, that we'll go through in detail. I estimated about $700,000, and again, that's about a $28 increase for those contractual items. And then the cost of living adjustments for both city and school employees comes to $4.8 million, and that is about a $190 bill, tax increase just for those. And again, those are negotiated by me. They do have some discretion, certainly. I don't want to combine that with the non-discretionary, but I stand firm in believing that our city employees need and deserve that raise. So that's about $190 right there. So that is about a $300 tax dollars. Those numbers, and that's the item that we in. Any new mission that comes forward, that certainly many are we're hit with before we really even dig into the budget. I go to that top line, I see my head at as top, but this one at the top, but I'm presenting something that's a combination of responsible to our, but also to invest in the community where making sure we meet our obligations. I respectfully request you for this, which delivers the services I expect. Also maintains the long been renowned. The slide will once again pay them the very lowest. We'll be at the with a couple of pounds every year as the very lowest residential tax in a question when that time have all of here. If it's okay, Mr. Chairman, Gingras for his. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of quick things early on in the presentation. Well, all councils are present. We have items I can take, but I would like to pick up on. They're on your desk. Late 1, 2.
Motion received.
Councilors, your motion to receive late 1, late 2. All in favor? Mr. Jing.
So go through and illustrate that the mayor talked about earlier. And slide here, the mayor alluded to, we're 5 million. This is a picture of what the city budget looks like. 96 million, up from million in the prior. Primary drivers, as the mayor stated, are 2 million for professional services, 2 million employee benefits for 20 retirement, 1.2 million in health insurance, and 200 in services, including services, postage, advertising, and legal. The next slide combines the city and school functions. Here we see the total increase in our budget of 10.1 million. Education is the big of 4.6 million, then public at 2 million. Employee benefits at 2 million. Public Works at 834,000, Human Services at 286,000, General Government at 155,000, Culture and Recreation at 49,000, and then Debt Service at 43,000. This gives you just a little idea of the distribution of the overall budget increase. This next slide is a pie chart showing how the budget is allocated, the 197.3 million. 51 cents out of every dollar will go to education, 17 cents of every dollar to employee benefits. Public safety is 13 cents, public works 7 cents, debt service 4 cents, general government 3 cents, culture and recreation 3 cents, and human services 2 cents. Now this proportional distribution is exactly the same as the prior year, except for 2 items. The employee benefits went from 16 to 17, and debt service went from 5 to 4. There's just a little bit of adjustment there. This next is the beginning of our budget presentation. The estimated amount to be raised is $203,246,805, which is a total increase of $9.7 million. I'm going to go through each line item, starting at the top. School budget moves from $90.6 million to $94.5 million. That's a $3.9 million increase. As the mayor indicated, vocational assessments increased $700,000, and the city budget up from 91.2 to 96.8 million. It's at 5.5 million increase for a total increase of 10.1 million. The state and county assessments have increased also, even though you see a minus 361 there. We had included in the prior year in the other amounts to be raised approximately $570,000 additional funds to fund the water program. So if you back that out, there is definitely a $182,000 increase in assessments from the state. We're holding the abatements the same at $500,000. And in total, it's a $9.7 million increase. This next slide is what the funding sources are for the $203 million that we need. We're proposing that $1.5 million will come from free cash, $162,000 from the parking meter fund, $825,000 from our health trust. We talked about the school revolving earlier. The mayor talked about it. We're trying to utilize an additional funding source here that would fund 2 custodians and their benefits, along with the half of the pay of the assistant city auditor position. There's currently $1.1 million in that fund. In the prior year, in 2022, we had transferred $850,000 from our free cash to help offset negatives in their account. And they really didn't need all that money at that time. And we were able to, last year, fund some shortfalls in the school main budget by approximately $400,000, utilizing some of those leftover fund balance in the school lunch revolving. The next account, we're going to be in the last year of our ARPA at $1 million. We're utilizing the Senate version of state aid. Right now, they're showing it $48 million. And over to the right in the change column, you see 1.6, but there is $182,000 of additional assessment. So the net increase in state aid is 1.4 million. Our local receipts, we have a next slide that will detail that. We're projecting a $894,000 increase there, and slight increase in our indirect costs from our water sewer enterprise. And the burden, largest burden will be the tax levy increase. Right now, based on the values we're using in this presentation, approximately $7.4 million of tax levy. This next slide shows local revenues projected for next year at $21.4 million. As you know, we haven't closed out this year. We're going to have to take a deep dive and a hard look at all of these numbers. The good news right now is motor vehicle is trending positive, quite a bit higher than budget. The hotel and motel and meals taxes are right on target. We haven't seen any real decline in those yet. Our interest is steady. Our payments in lieu of taxes have increased because there's 2 new agreements, one with the PMLP and one with the Mass Municipal Wholesale Electric that helps us increase those line items. Our landfill revenues, you'll see we budgeted $300,000 in fiscal '24. Year-to-date, we've collected $611,000. Our projection should be $611. There was a typo there. It says $300. But our budget projection for next year is $300 because we stopped accepting soils. The extra money that's collected during FY24 was from previous billings and collections that occurred in August, September. Most of the rest of the line items are status quo, except for we're anticipating utilizing more funds under recreation revenue from Tilly's and Brooksby Farm. On a good note, the license and permits, building permits, very strong this year. We'll have to really look into those and see what the development's going to be when we come back for tax classification to see if we can have movement in that 2.5 million. But for now, I think that's a relatively safe number. Going down the line, we're pretty much status quo with parking fees, interest income, and Medicaid reimbursements. This year, we're going to utilize, again, $100,000 of custodial fees, which will help offset our security directors that's part of the facilities department. We'll utilize $100,000 of cable fees, $400,000 of billboard revenue, and we're increasing our use of museum fees from $200,000 to $300,000. So for now, our total projection is $21.4 million, up from last year of $20.5 million. That's $894,000 increase. So as we try to estimate what the impact is on this proposed budget, we're estimating that the residential values would increase 5% and commercial values at 1%, based on what we know today. That would translate into a $473 million increase in residential value, a $19.2 million increase in commercial value. I kept the new growth status quo. I anticipate that may be slightly higher, but we have been averaging, if you see below, total new growth taxes about $1.2 million a year. That's consistent from what we've averaged. Our levy limit is going to move from $140 million to $145.6 million. We're projecting our tax levy at this budget to be $129.9 million. That would still give us excess levy capacity, money that has not been taxed, at $15.6 million. So based on these estimated values, the commercial levy in the middle column would be $37.1 million, the residential levy at $92.7 million. And you can see that the commercial levy, the commercial values would pick up almost $1 million of the increase in tax levy, and the balance, $6.4 million from the residential values. At this 5% in residential and 1.1% in commercial, and the residential value would increase to $610,890. That would produce an average residential tax bill of approximately $5,704, which is a $398 increase from the prior year. Because we haven't determined what the values are, and we'll be working on that, the assessors will be working on that throughout the fall and finalizing the values with the Department of Revenue. I try to produce a snapshot of what, based on different values in resident versus commercial. The first column is a 6% gap, second 5%, all the way down to a 1% gap. So in the far right column, A 1% gap in value produces, with the same tax levy of $129.9 million, $341 tax increase. At the far end, to the left, at a 6% gap in value, there's a $434 annual tax increase. What we've done during the presentation is take a snapshot of the 5%, 1%, which is the middle column, at the $398 tax increase. Recently, we've received information from the Department of Revenue when they were doing equalized values, and they were committing values to the city of Peabody. They used 5% and 2%, so we may see some relief from the projection of 5% and 1%. Since we're getting near the end of our ARPA funding, I thought we should take a recap of where we are, what happened. Originally, we received $21 million in ARPA funds. We used the majority of it, $18.1 million, as revenue replacement and/or to fund police and fire overtimes. And even the revenue replacement was allocated towards reducing the police and fire budgets. We also incurred $630,000 worth of COVID health response and security. We still have a little bit more to go in the fiscal year. I projected approximately another $40,000 in there. We did some small projects, a police HVAC improvement of $166,000. We did the storm drain, stormwater project in Mountain Terrace for $450,000. We recently just repaired the sewer main at Ross Park, and that's coming in close to $600,000. We've done some design work on the Lowell Street water main at $35,000, which would leave a balance of a little over $1 million, $1,040,000. For this budget document presentation, I'm using $1 million, but I anticipate when we come back for the tax rate classification, whatever's left, $1,040,000, $1,050,000, would go towards reducing the tax impact of the budget. This slide looks at our reserves. Our free cash was certified July 1st at $10.1 million. Our stabilization at July 1st was $3.2 million. We had total reserves of almost $13.5 million. We utilized $1.5 million to reduce the tax rate. We've done a few transfers this year, $50,000 to help fund the lights on King Street, $450,000 for snow and ice, $100,000 for police and fire overtime. There's a transfer about to be reviewed for $984,000 for a total use of about $3 million from that free cash. That would leave $7 million in free cash and $3.5 million once we do the stabilization payback and interest for stabilization, for a total of 10.6. Now this compares to last year where we had 8.2 in free cash and 3.5 in stabilization, and 11.7 in total. And then 2 years ago, 6.8 million in free cash and 3.3 in stabilization, for a total of 10.2. So we're hovering close to where we were 2 years ago. And again, free cash ends on June 30th. We close out all the books. We submit paperwork to the Department of Revenue, balance sheets, and usually middle of November, end of November, they'll give us a new number to work with for the next fiscal year. I anticipate it's going to be, based on the strength of some of our receipts, a little bit higher than the 7 million that I'm showing here. Other good news, we were just affirmed today that our bond rating is held at AA3. And we're going to be going out for note sales of 20 million and bond sales of over 20 million, so we've got almost $50 million in bonds in the middle of July. This next slide reviews data from the Department of Revenue of all the communities in Essex County with their single-family home values and single-family tax bills for FY 2024. So this is a year old. At that point in time, Peabody was third from the bottom with $5,563 average single-family tax bill. This year, we're projecting a $5,989 single-family tax bill, which is different than the average residential tax bill that we use because we include condos and two families in that calculation. Overall, the increase in Essex County on average is $426 change in tax bill, and that was last year. I assume that would be higher going for FY 25, and Peabody's right there at that mark. To summarize, for the fiscal 2025 budget, their operating budget's $197,352,196, an increase of $10.1 million. Sources of funding are projected. We'll be reviewing this right up until tax classification. Property taxes at 129.9, local revenues of 21.4, available revenues, which is free cash at 1.5 million, health trust at 825,000, parking fees at 162,000, and that school revolving at 225,000. And this is also considering state aid remaining at the Senate level, hasn't gone to conference committee yet, at 48 million. Indirect costs from the enterprise at 81,000, and that final $1 million relief from the ARPA grant.
Thank you, Mr. Gingras. Questions from the council? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. Through you to either the mayor or Mr. Gingras. I asked for a update of the hotel taxes that that are currently projected to be paid in full. I've been told that's not necessarily true, that after 30 days, I believe it was, that it was going to be reduced and they wouldn't be paying the hotel taxes. Is that true?
I really don't have any information on that. What I've seen so far this year, everything's held. I haven't seen any reductions, but then we're not given an itemized list. We're giving a flat amount of $500,000 a quarter, and I'm not sure if there's a reduction. I don't see individual hotels.
Okay. Advocate of the Holiday Inn, one of the bigger offline due to the
That could be true, but it also could be made up by increases in other hotel activity.
I just don't want to be in the position where we lose that type of revenue, which is a fairly decent amount. If you say we're getting quarterly, that's $2 million a year. With one of our largest hotels going to be taken off those rolls, then we're looking at, probably at least $250,000 off of our projections. So I just want to make sure that the administration is well aware of the possibility of being into a position And I've got further ideas as if that is the case, that, you know, maybe we want to revert that the Holiday Inn to a non-hotel status and make them on a condominium or hotel tax. I mean, a condominium or another type of tax, because if they're going to circumvent paying the city the amount of money that they're supposed to be trying to afford that money that's allowed the city, especially right now, almost $400. So that's the look, because I don't think we're getting our fair share. A lot of my questions to the budget, more in the vicinity of 150 per day, but we'll be okay. But as far as the hotel, I think that state delegation look into it, make sure that the city, the potential that we can verify the state budget. Just wanted to bring that attention. As far as the TBAs, I hate TBAs because and it was right. Some of these positions have been filled through some of those the other day, but as of currently, we have 35 in the budget that are funded. 11 of them are no longer funded. 11 TBAs funded, which is moving in the and fire. A lot of it's months to a year to bring those people on through the academies and all that stuff. A department that really short-handed for years has been water and sewer. Sewer's got 3 TBAs, and water's got 6 TBAs. And I know that they're hard to fill because you need certain requirements and certain educational things that you need to put in there. But some of these are an important part of our infrastructure, because when we go down, we have a sewer break. We got 1 or 2 guys that can go out and do it, and then we're calling in Champlain or McGrath, and that's costing us Champlain or McGrath, and that's costing us a lot of money. So my goal is to make sure that we have the ability to increase our staffing in those departments that we can do. And I know Beth will attest to this, that we get people come in and next thing you know, they're going to this department or they're going to that department. But those, the water sewer is one of the more important aspects that we have. We don't have many people there. And if we can get out there and save a contractor from coming in, we could save quite a bit of money. So those are the only things that really come to my attention with budgets, because every year it's a continual TBA of 30 to 35. A lot of them were police and fire. But when I look at the water and sewer facilities, which we've addressed, which I'm glad to see we've addressed, as far as there were 7 TBAs in there between custodials and administrative assistants in the new flow chart that we have, and that's a starting point. And I just want to make sure that they're filled, they're within this budget, so that we can try to move on and be, again, with facilities, proactive and not reactive. And I think we could save a bundle of money with just the facilities this year. Those positions will pay for themselves. So I want to thank you for the presentation, both the mayor and Mike. And I think it's a tough year. I mean, we have a lot of things that have come up. You can only do what we have. And you guys for bringing it forward.
Councilor, just a quick comment. Fill in the questions, and I think there has been a little bit of on deep. Going to be in a better spot. DPS. I feel real good about the facility in terms of the we've worked. I the unions worked with us on that. And yes, but I a little bit. We have a plan in place. In fact, I got a call from somebody who worked for us. I feel a little bit, I'm concerned losing 50,000 effect on. I don't want what's happening. Get a or firm commitment where that's continue to budget, if you will. That would be helpful to us. I think it's too early to really look at it, play out that way. Any sense? If I get
Marsh, Council.
Thank you very much. Appreciation. This couple of questions. The first one is to you, Mr. Mayor. I know you mentioned a 9.9% increase in health insurance. 9.9% increase in health insurance. Is there any plan in place for an opt-out for any employees that may be able to choose health care in a different manner so that we could do a one-time cash buyout, which would be a significant savings as opposed to paying monthly?
we did do that a few years ago, and quite frankly, I was surprised that not more people took advantage of that. That is something that we have discussed and we may need to look at because if we're looking at another 9.95%, that would be pretty harmful to us. The contract every 3 years, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gingras, but every 3 years we have a contract with the Peabody Public Employees Coalition, and we negotiate health insurance. So several years back, we opted out of, we mutually agreed to opt out of Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we went over to Maya. That didn't really work out too well for us in the long. That didn't really work out too well for us in the long run. We got a little bit of a savings year one, but then it was worse in year 2 and 3. So, but that is a discussion that we're going to be having. Again, this is going to be the fiscal year of negotiations, and that'll be a big one regarding health insurance. But we're going to have to look at that option and some other ones as well. But I was surprised that didn't generate or more people.
Thank you. My name is page 3, capital. How would you do that?
Includes sidewalk, facility maintenance, roadside maintenance, bike path maintenance, mowing contracts.
Thank you. Lastly, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, I know in your opening remarks you mentioned that there may possibly be a supplemental moving forward. If that was to come to pass and the budget was passed as is, what would we end up doing with that supplemental? Would you end up putting in an account that we can then use to offset next year's budget? How would you allocate those funds, and how do you anticipate that moving forward if that was to come to play?
Thank you. That's a good question, and I haven't wanted to think too far ahead because I don't want to bank on that money. But I know there is some discussion, and I know a number of other mayors, town managers, town administrators have been advocating for such a thing. And I'm told that the receipts and revenue coming in is a little bit better than a couple months ago and a few months ago. So I think that would be something that we would have to have a general discussion about. Certainly, I would seek counsel and input from our finance team. But that'd be something that, one, I hope we can discuss, and two, that I think we would have to have a discussion. I'd be very much in favor of bringing that to the council to get your perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because one thing I would like to see is it to go into a separate account where it can be saved and used as an offset the following year if this budget is to pass as is. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Rosendahl. Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions that jump departments, so bear with me. Just starting with the police, I fully understand why we're in the situation that we're in, and I understand having the TBAs in there. From a procedural standpoint, and I don't know if this is to the clerk or if the chair knows the answer, last summer we took a vote to add a 16th sergeant, really for staffing needs and budgetary needs at the police department. That vote was contingent on us reapproving that before July 1. Will the positive vote on this budget keep that ordinance in place to have the 16th sergeant? Because I know it was intended that it would fall off as we promote into lieutenant vacancies.
I can comment a bit on that. To me, that is a topic, and we've had some discussions, preliminary discussions with the union, but that's a negotiation that has to be had with them about that 16th sergeant position. That was done kind of on an emergency basis, and certainly the union would like that to continue, but that's something that we have to have a discussion about, and I anticipate that will come up in negotiations this year, but I'm not committed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I just know we put the language in that ordinance that position would fall off July 1 if we did not action it again. So I don't know if we need to take a separate action or if voting on this budget with 16 sergeants in it maintains that. Is there an end date to it? I think because a lot of the discussion, I'll speak for myself, to approve that position was that it was on a temporary emergency basis as the state was held up on the lieutenant's tests. We have several vacancies on the lieutenants, which I'll get to next, but the intention, I believe, was that we would fund that position for one fiscal year, or a little less because we voted on it in August, and then someone from the sergeant's list would then be promoted into lieutenant, and that position would fall off.
Yep, thank you. Now I understood. So yes, I do think that that's going to be strongly discussed. To me, it was a sunset that it would come off the books. Maybe I might be premature with your question, the next question you're going to ask, but I did publicly commit to with Chief Griffin, that we would be interviewing for the lieutenant promotions with the hopeful anticipation of promoting, I believe there's 2 openings for lieutenant, that those would be promoted in 3, that those would be promoted this coming fall, with interviews taking place over the summer. And that would create then openings on sergeant and then go from there. And that's when I anticipate that the 16th sergeant would come into play. But to me, that's a negotiation that has to happen with the union. And of course, I would rely heavily on Chief Griffin's opinion on that.
Thank you. And maybe we can just, Councilor McGinn, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Peach. I think to your specific question, do we need to take any near-term action? I think because that sunsets, but the position's in the budget. I think I'd ask. I don't know that Mr. Gingras is going to know that answer off the top of his head, but I'd ask him to take a quick look at that before Thursday, and Gingras, the issue that Councilor Peach brought up about police staffing. We have a position that temporary is due to sunset at the end of this fiscal year in the budget. So the question is, taking action before the end of the fiscal year. We do. Maybe late on that to address Thursday. Okay, Councilor Peach, thank you.
Thank you. Looking at the lieutenant positions that budget fully funded, understand they won't be filled for the entire fiscal year. But my question is, the amounts that under the we'd be within, so and salary from sergeant, and I feel $1,000 position the currently make over those positions if they're temporary and they I know it's sure we'll with overtime, but there was a reason behind that. A lot of other in the budget that the new position in the clerk's funded for the difference between an existing position and the new position, as it would be somewhat of a promotion.
Councilor Peach, I think some of the thought process behind that was that we didn't fund a number of patrol positions at the bottom of the salary page. So as we fill those, some of that excess fund between the sergeants and lieutenants would be utilized there. But because there's such movement and uncertainty in terms of retirements and people shifting, it's difficult to actually place it in a certain spot.
That I think remove the police budget, trying to line item as that money could be shifted to overtime. Question either to or to Chief Griffin. We have the at 1,000. We've already 24, and as we have a state presidential, we've $1,000 for that election.
Line. We wait till we public safety report to detail question review presentation. The mayor's letter and the mayor's comments, just kind of the 30,000 foot at this point, and then when we get into the big book, all of that's fair game.
Sure.
Great,
Sorry.
thank you.
I just had all my police questions in one. So through the chair, moving on to retirement. So we obviously saw to the mayor or to the retirement director. We saw a large increase this year, but I know we've discussed in the previous years that we have a significant margin to make up to be fully funding our retirement. Do we have projections as to what next year looks like? Does it seem we're going to continue to increase this 500,000? Are we leveling off at some point?
This morning at the retirement board meeting, we met with the and he's just review. Numbers have come out. We've trained younger. So we've had a lot of younger. At the same time, still have a considerable liability to go 35. Actuaries presented us with and decisions have been made. And what PERIC recommends, we would be probably at 7.
Thank you. And so looking at free cash, the puts us 8 million. We're using $6 million for ARPA. Anticipate getting significantly better. It starts giving 8 million. Overall, concern with the budget is, does that did a really good job on this side on our creations, rely on our. We used it for what it was for, revenue, but we're so far behind because we've watched the state aid decrease. So with the free cash being at 6.8 projection in 2 years, since I've been on the council and looking at past budgets, we've always used some free cash to supplement, and we look at it when we do the tax classification as well. But where, in your opinion, are we looking at a $400 plus increase in taxes every year out? Is this the new norm for us in the financial situation that we're in if the state aid doesn't change?
I think if you look, at the rest of Essex County as an average of 429, they're in the same economic atmosphere that we are. So I think you are, definitely.
Thank you. And my final question through the chair to the mayor. Mayor, you had mentioned there were a lot of difficult decisions on the school side. I think many of us watched parts of those meetings, and there were significant cuts to that budget that were needed in order to, get us to a point that we need to be. Can you touch on what the difficult decisions were on the city side? I don't feel comfortable on the city side not knowing, like, where did we make those cuts? Where did we make those hard decisions? It was easier for us to see the school side. I think they had a great all budget, so see those lines get cut to us. So they're already cut out. What decisions were made so that we're this together on this.
Thank you. And I did want to mention to this more on Thursday. Of those positions, let's say, cut the school budget, were positions onto the budget. So the last few positions are not budget. They had been teacher. And ultimately, that was decided not to fund those. But there weren't positions where people were losing a job on the school end. I always look for those opportunities on the city end where there's an opening, and then judge if we need that position or if it be consolidated with some other duties or responsibilities of another position. So I think in the letter that came with your packet that there were a number of positions that I pulled back on and are not funding or not asking for approval. And I think during the course of this upcoming fiscal year, I'm aware of some retirements and some movement that will allow some additional positions potentially to be not funded in the future. But yeah, those are always difficult to determine. The Zoning Board of Appeals had a full-time clerk. Certainly that was helpful, but I didn't think that was a position that was needed at this time, and that could be absorbed by maybe a part-time person or just somebody else in community development. Puts more on the department, but I just felt that that was a decision to be made. So that's just very difficult for us to try to figure out how we're going to move difficult. And Mr. Gingras touched on it, how to. Because, and I've always funded that. But that's not really fair. 1.5 million overtime. To me, look increase because next year that add to it besides maybe maybe slightly, but that was the best way to go about doing it. Those are a couple that jump out at me, and some DPS investments that I thought were, materials and supplies that needed to be increased. I feel like we're going to be in a better position with facilities in terms of outside services with some of the changes we're making. but we need some more employees on DPS to make sure that we don't have as many outside service. We did real well for that for a little while. But with outside services, we had a reduction, but the last, because I don't think we've been fully staffed. So that's kind of a priority, and Councilor Gamache touched on it. So those are the type of decisions we made. You know, a lot of the budget is employee-driven, certainly, and you know, I'm trying to always balance making sure we have the workforce in order to do the important work that we need to do, but also recognizing that, as you touched on very well, costs are going up. We need to find more sources of revenue. There's a couple things taking place that I'm very hopeful can work for us. Things that would allow more fill to be brought into the landfill. I think the landfill needs to be utilized more, and we're working on some things on that end. But yeah, I think every budget is difficult and have to make tough decisions, but those are the ones. I always feel like to cut a position is difficult to do, and but I do think the decisions we made this time around that I proposed are the right ones. I'm hopeful that that answers some of your question, but those are things that jump out at me right away.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, we had talked about the high school stabilization fund, and I don't want to miss it somewhere in this presentation. Is it listed? Did we find a way to fund that? Because you had kind of given me your
It's on my desk.
Confidence.
I've been thinking about how we're going to fund this. I was waiting to see how we close out this year and hoping that once free cash is certified, we could do a small start to that fund, 200,000, 300,000, something.
Yeah, and I'd be very happy with that, but, you know, and I don't mean to be offensive, but I think that's the same thing you told me last year, that you were waiting for free cash to be certified. So free cash won't be certified until November.
So unless the council wishes to utilize stabilization and switch it from one stabilization to another.
No, it's, I mean, it's the same pot. Okay, I mean, that was one question. Can you explain the school lunch revolving account? I mean, I know nothing about this account. And I'm confused. We were told we needed to fund it almost in an emergency fashion last year to the tune of $1 million. We did that, and then we didn't need to. Well, the money just.
So back in 22, potential really substantial. With the department, you're seeing $1 million a year. In their minds, there's a structure in that fund. So the council a request transfer $50,000 that account. To close the year, we have more revenue than projected. So 800,000, really, we only needed approximately 300,000 of that to balance the budget. In the next fiscal year, there was a shortage in the actual school budget. We came to the council, transferred 400,000+ out of the cafeteria revolving to the school budget because there was that extra funds there. And even at that, there's still a little bit remaining from that original 850,000. In the meantime, they've shifted their operations from, the kids paying to getting reimbursement for the food supplies from the federal and state government. And there's been an increase in people that they've identified for free and reduced lunch. This combination has enabled them to generate more income in that revolving fund. Year to date, they have $2.7 million of revenue against $2.3 million of expenses, and they had a beginning amount of 600,000+. So there's 1.1 million in that fund at this point. And part of it's from that a little bit part of it from that transfer from a couple of years ago.
Okay, so there's currently 1.1 million in it, and we're using, what was the number? We're using 225,000. And I mean, I'm confused. My issue with this budget has always been the, quote unquote, cut to schools. And Mayor very briefly mentioned to you the other day that my priority has always been schools. With my family, so why wouldn't it be for all of your families? I mean, it's what's good for me is good for all of you. I would hope. So that being said, so if we have another 800,000 in this revolving fund, why are we not using it toward the schools? And I realize, Mayor, that you said there were no actual cuts. This was a wish list that Dr. Vidal or the school committee had put together, or the principals had put together for their schools. We had a wish list on this side. You proposed some positions the other day. You got your wish list, for those positions. So why can't we be fair and utilize some of? Is that money accounted for? I guess is my question. Can we use it?
Thank you, Counselor. And again, I know Dr. Vidal will be able to answer these questions better than I do, but I believe that we've sought to utilize 225, but I do think that there were some positions that were voted on by the school committee, teacher positions, that were voted on the last day, which and I think Dr. Vidala mentioned that they were going to be out of the school revolving account. So I do believe on the city side, we're seeking 225 to be transferred onto our end, but I do believe that he's looking to do the same on his end. I can't remember how much that was, but I know he'll be able to speak to that. But there is some money that he'd be utilizing on his end.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. And back to my original question to Mr. Gingrich, and I'd like to ask you: we created this high school stabilization fund in hopes that we could better prepare for what we know is what will happen. The idea of watching city council the city, and years after they had created the fund, nothing to the fund, and to the council created this fund. It was actually the finance director, Mike, and I hope you don't do this, that called out the council and said, hey, you created the fund and you never put anything in it. At this point, I think it's a benefit to all of us in this community to better prepare for what we know is coming. Whether it's $500,000, $1 million, we can find a way to contribute something to this fund, but I feel like I've been put off for a year and a half on the issue, and I don't want 2 years down the road this to come up and there's no money in a stabilization fund, and I'm being asked why was it created. So if you could help, Mayor, I mean, we've talked about it. You gave me your assurances. Mike gave me his assurances a year ago that we would put something into this. And one idea that I do have, Mike, if you could check it, we have the stabilization payback that we've been doing for a 10-year period. I believe this may be the last year of the 125, 2 years on the 125.
Payment of that money we borrowed from the stabilization fund some years ago? Yeah.
We're making a $125,000
Yeah.
a year payment, and it was a 10-year payment, and that was, I want to say, my second year on the council, so probably 8 years ago. So I think we have 2 payments left. So I guess on this subject, Mayor, if we have 2 payments left of 125, it's every year, increases in health insurance. You can't do anything to prevent that. I can't do anything to prevent, but what we can do, unfortunately, is get a greater employee contribution. I had brought up in years past leaving current employees at the contribution rate that they're currently at, which I think is 15% in the city. But any new employee, and you had mentioned it at the top of this presentation, you have 30 somewhat open positions, and you had 200 positions change hands. Why can't we, any new position created after July 1st of this year, or excuse me, new position hired after this year, contributes at the 20% rate or the 25% rate, whichever rate, and then the current employees can stay at the rate that they are and they're unaffected. Every organization has done it. I think I sent you paperwork on my organization that had done it in 2012. Current employees, some pay 25%. The original employees, prior to any changes, are at 15, and now, as of next year, they're at 30% contribution rates. So we need to address it. The only way we can address it on our end is to get more for a employee contribution. And I know you would have a major labor issue if you tried to do it with the current employees. So do it with the employees that we're going to hire, and try to get some revenue brought back in to make up the 9% and 10% health insurance increases. Again, it's commonly done. Health insurance also, I know you did the buyback program. The problem with the program in the city of Peabody is it's a 2-year program. It ends after 2 years. People don't want to switch back and forth with health insurance. The state buyback program for their health insurance is perpetual. It's a yearly program. You sign up each year at open enrollment for the sale of your health insurance back, as long as somebody in your household or you're covered under somebody else's. But it's perpetual, so there's no, when employees sign up for it, they know that they don't have to, in 2 years, go back to a different policy. The city of Peabody only did it for 2 years, and I think that it creates people to do that. Well advertised. A lot of so that's something we put on the employee polls if we have an employee report, or we're get that information out. And on the subject with, I know we got the GIC. If we look at getting back into the GIC, is that a save?
So when we did that some years back, it was an initial savings, and then year 2 and 3 dramatically down. The negotiations with the PPE public, we decided to go back Blue Cross Blue Shield. These topics that you're bringing up right now, which are important topics, are going to be a lot of the negotiations that's coming up, because their contract expires at the end of this calendar year, whereas the individual union contracts expire at the end of this fiscal year. So I think those meetings will be taking place soon, Councilor, and I think those are all very much need to be discussed. I'm sinking in my chair, continually.
Thank you, Mayor. This is my last question. Mike, Chairman, we seem to a couple times. Is there anything left? When it comes of all left in there.
During the course of time, we reimbursements electric light, the enterprise and government, and it built up a little fund there. And that has to be evaluated at the end of the year to see how we close out, and the amount that we projected here, it could change once we close out, but that's where it's from.
And did you? I might have missed it. Did you say what's the balance in that account? Is there a balance in it?
There's quite a bit in the account, but I have to move money around to cover the health insurance expenses.
Okay, that's my last question on the overview. Thank you.
Councilor Turco, with the fans, it was a little hard to hear that last one. Which specific account were you asking about?
I was asking about the health insurance trust fund. I think 850,000 we used this year, or was that last year? And in the last 2 years, it's been roughly 800,000 per year that we've pulled out of that. And I don't know much about the fund, so my question was in regards to what was left in it and where that money comes from. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, through you to Mr. Gingras, so according to the mayor's whiteboard, if we make no reductions to this proposed budget, it'll be $400 average increase, right? The whiteboard's $340, correct? The whiteboard would be $340 average, and then if we make no reductions from the proposed budget that's before us, it'll be an average of $400 per household, right? Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's the ballpark estimate, but again, these are just estimates, they're not hard numbers.
And if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, if I could just add to that. So I did want to mention Mr. Gingras presents a number of options, and it all depends, the tax rate is so dependent upon commercial versus residential values. Our residential values have been sky high over the last few years, and that's put more burden on the residential. The good news was last year our commercial values went up considerably, and it wasn't a 5-to-1 like has been proposed today as a kind of a median. The commercial values were in much better position when we went for tax classification in November, December. And you may recall last year at this time when we gave a number, we gave about it was about 340. And it came in, because the commercial values were good, it came in, I believe, at 280. So it was an improvement. Mr. Gingras is always very cautious, which I admire and like. But this could range from $200 to $500, depending on what the values could end up being commercial versus residential. And I'm always very reluctant, and I know other mayors are. Some don't even give a number in terms of what the tax impact would be, because it's so early to give a tax impact. You know, we tried to give today like a little bit of a range in some of those slides to say if there's a 7-to-1 difference between residential versus commercial, down to pretty much a 5-to-4, and that just adjusts things considerably. And so it's always hard to like give a set number to it because there's so many variables to it, but we always really matter in where they came from. But it's all going to depend on how the commercial values go and the collection of revenues and things like that. So, give a set tax increase on that because it can fluctuate.
Sure.
You know.
The same process that we give every year, and been pretty close. So
Oh, yeah.
you've been close. Safe for us to use your numbers as action. Numbers on your whiteboard is, again, 3, and there'll be increase that number than what is proposed. Only, is that accurate? Yes. I think we came up to projected $400 per house. So about $60 more than the mayor's whiteboard, which were those were pretty much hard numbers that aren't going to fluctuate. So, okay. So that's kind of my jumping off point. Thank you. So I wanted to talk about, I had some concerns about the school lunch revolving account too. We had just talked about that last meeting, last Thursday, and that is the account that we got borrowed or whatever, $35,000 for they were going to split the costs, and $35,000 was coming out of that account for the assistant auditor, the new position. Is that correct?
Yeah, about half the salary. I think the salary that we presented was 74, so half would come from the school lunch revolving account.
Sure. So, and I'm quite rusty because I, of course, haven't been on the school committee for some time, but the discussion of federal and state government reimbursements going into that revolving account causes me to pause, because wouldn't that monies have to be used for certain purposes, certainly school or food? I'm just concerned if we're getting reimbursements for state and federal government, are we able to just transfer those funds onto another whole city-side budget for new positions? So that's causing me pause. So if you could answer that, or if maybe Dr. Vidala during his presentation, but that does concern me.
Fair question. So I think different components to that. I do believe, and Dr. Vidala, maybe can confirm this on Thursday, but I do believe that any expenditure of that money has to be approved, or an approved use. So right now, we're proposing 3 positions to be funded, 2 custodians, which I certainly think is understandable and defensible. But the assistant auditor position, we feel, is important to that operation because they're going to play a role. The school side, they don't have an auditor. They have a school business manager and some support staff. The responsibility for auditing comes from the city side. Mary Martin, our city auditor, already does a lot of the review of the school finances, as well as Mr. Gingras and their teams. That already takes place. That's our responsibility. Every year, those accounts on the school side have a federal audit and a state audit. I think that having that additional position would allow for our own internal process to have our own audit of those funds. So I think any use of those funds have to ultimately be approved. They're audited. They have to be approved. We wouldn't be able to use these funds to support a police officer or a DPS worker. They have to be, as you said, and you're correct, it has to be connected to the school lunch program, the cafeteria. I believe custodians play an integral role in the operations of school cafeteria use. And then I think the fact that we have somebody that is, I just wrote down some things. They handle the applications, the filings, the financial oversight, and I mentioned the audits. It's not anymore just the lunch program. There's a full breakfast program now that has its own reporting requirements and applications, and also our expanded summer foods program also falls under that. So that use has expanded greatly because of the breakfast and expanded summer use program, which we felt necessitated just more responsibility, more eyes on it. And again, they don't have an auditor. We do. And I think that is necessary for that operation. And I would feel pretty confident that would be approved, that use would be approved. I would not feel confident, as I said, bringing forward a DPS director, a DPS position of some sort. But I do believe those 3 fit into the mission of that type of revolving account.
Okay, thank you. And when you say it needs to be approved, is that an additional agency that's going to approve it, or are you, am I to assume there's a list of approved, pre-approved conditions on use of that monies, and you feel that it would fit? I'm not certain what you mean.
So there is a state and federal audit done of the funds for the different revolving accounts, and there is money that's providing to the reimbursement. So they monitor what's the money being spent, the use of. So, and again, something Dr. a bunch of people do. But the thing is, yeah, there's some area that this type of use into. We believe this would, if audited, they see that they for the program is going $1,000 some sidewalks, then we got a major problem. If it's going to a custodian who spends a lot of their time in the cafeteria supplying support and helping and keeping it clean and everything, as well as somebody who's doing some oversight of those very programs that are under the school revolving account, I feel confident that that'd be okay.
Okay, I'll defer to your confidence. Of course, my concern is supplanting, of course, city needs with school side.
And those are important
grants.
questions you asked.
So,
You're right on with that. Those are
okay,
important questions.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And lastly, for now, well, you have TBA, we discussed that, and you also have TBD, which I'm sure means to be determined, but is it essentially the same thing? You just, or do you have somebody queued up for those to be determined positions? They're just not
No,
hired yet?
I think we had some as TBA. It's the same category.
Okay, okay.
I've always used TBAs, but there's probably some TBDs
Okay.
in there.
I just didn't know if they were already hired and just hadn't started yet. Okay. And regarding the TBAs, I understand, through you to Councilor Gamache, I understand your stance or your take, especially when it comes to maybe the Water Department or Public Works, where we had open positions that had not been filled, and I agree with that. What I have just a slightly different take, there's two rules of thought on that. If you have TBAs, open positions, year after year after year, then I know you know this, then when we balance the budget on, balance the books rather, on June 30th, which is coming, we transfer funds to balance funds that, we transfer like excess funds that weren't used to needed funds, say underfunded, which would be maybe snow removal or maybe the ice rink, the skating rink, something like that. So if a TBA is year after year after year, you need to look at it and say, do we need that position, or can we reduce it to $1, and then if the economy changes and if the economy changes and we determine that we need that position, then we can put the position back, and then put the funding back rather, keep the position but reduce the funding, so that that money can either go back to the taxpayers or back into the revolving account. So, two rules of thought: if it's a TBA year after year after year, you got to take a look at eliminating that position. So I'll be taking. Those are the things I'm going to be looking at as we move forward through the sections. So, and I think that is my final comment for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Mr. Mayor, do you want to respond to? No. Other councilors? Councilor Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor or to Mr. Gingras, I just have one question left, as all the other councils asked many of mine. As I look at the excess levy capacity, it's projected to drop by about 15%, and I was just wondering if you could give us some insight as how that's going to impact our bond rating in case we have future projects come up in FY25.
I couldn't quite hear the ending part of your question.
Yes, I was just curious as to how that 15% decrease in excess levy capacity may affect our bond rating, and then in light of that, if it's negatively impacted, you know, what is the possible impact on future projects in FY25 as they come up and they may need a bond?
As far as FY25 goes, we're in good shape because we just got reaffirmed our bond rating today. Going forward, that's been a benefit to us in terms of our bond rating, having a substantial excess levy capacity. And, you know, as we bring on projects, we dip into that a little bit, but at the same time, as values fluctuate and change, how that increases is you get 2.5% of the previous year's value plus any new growth. So that can grow at a dollar value of right now between $4, $5, $6 million, depending on the year and how much of the tax levy we take back away from it. So it's going to be kind of a moving target, but right now we're in a good position, and even Moody's comments the other day was that we're in good shape. And once I get the final report from them, I'm going to share it with the councilors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Higgins. All set? Any other councilors?
No further questions. Thank you.
Seeing none. Question for Mr. Gingras. On slide 6, when you were taking us through that, you were comparing the state and county assessments year on year, and explaining that $361,000 decrease was actually understated because the prior year included, I think you said $570,000 for water.
It's the water, yes.
Yeah, I guess and not enterprise.
To tax to fund the enterprise last year. So that impact.
So, this is from prior.
So if you compare the proposed, I probably should have broken out that line so it was separate.
Very good. And I guess just a follow-on question to Councilor Higgins' question. You mentioned a couple of times now that just today the bond rating was reaffirmed. Did the total reserves as a percent of the budget come up? We'll now be at about 5.25%. So that's 2 years ago we were at 5.72. Last year we were at 6.1. And I know you said the excess tax levy offsets that sometimes in terms of the wealth factors for other communities, but was that a discussion point with Moody's in this go-around?
Yeah, to just kind of give you a brief cover on that, and when you get the full description, it'll be clearer. But yeah, they look at the reserves, they look at the excess levy capacity, they look at the wealth factors, they look at a number of things, and then they rate each individual category. So under the reserve category, we come in as a single A. As some of the other categories, we come in as a triple A. The excess levy reserve, we come in either a double A3 or a triple A. So when they combine everything together, we come in, fairly strong at the double A3. They did make comment that what things could change in the bond rating, and they do point out that if the reserves were to decrease significantly, that could be a factor. But they're looking for 30% to make it, increase our bond rating.
Yeah, I mean, 30% is never going to be achievable in our lifetime, but at one point we were looking at a 15% number as a best possible case scenario. Where is that on the spectrum? Where does that? I guess we'll know more when we see the detailed report, but so I won't ask you to speculate on that one too much more. All right, if there are no other high-level questions on the presentation, we'll delve into the big book. Before we do that, I need to get a water, so I'm going to have a 1-minute recess. Thank you. Councilors, we're back in session. Councilors, if you could take your seats, we're back in session. Councilors, we had a request to take one section out of order. Back in session. We had a request to take one section out of order. That section is culture and recreation. So this time we would entertain any questions on the detail relative to that major budget section, which includes the George Peabody House, the main library, the Children's Museum, recreation, parks, Brooksby Farm, Tilly's, forestry, and the Historical Commission. Questions on culture and recreation? Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. Starting with the library, I see two TBAs, one library assistant for $28,000 and one assistant library director for $59,000. Could I ask the library director to just tell us, all I really want to know is how long these positions have been vacant? Thank you.
The assistant director position has been open since she resigned in the beginning of June, so not long. And then the aide position has been unfilled since this, I believe, March.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, to the director, so the assistant library director's been vacant for a year? About a year?
No, this past June,
this
yeah.
past June.
Yes.
Just
I'm sorry, this past
this
May,
month.
I'm sorry, this past
Okay.
May. Just about a week.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to
Yeah, started.
thank you very much.
Other questions from other councilors? Councilor Turco.
Question also regarding the library. Through you, Mr. Chairman, like maybe a year or two ago, we ran into an issue where if we didn't fund the library at a certain percentage, we would lose accreditation. But the budget for the library is only going up 0.5%. So are we bring that expenditure that was supposed to remain accredited through this?
Yeah, I remember that budget well. Yeah, what we did is, Morgan just joined us last month. You know, we wanted to make sure we knew the number that we needed in order to remain certified. So we established that number, and then we felt that when Morgan came in, got the full understanding, she may have some recommendations during the course of the year, or certainly for next year's budget. So what we did is we made sure and went and found out what the number was in order to maintain that certification. So that number is good. That issue won't come up. And then, you know, we're going to look to Morgan to make some recommendations.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Any other questions? Councilor Manning Martin?
Thank you. Moving on to the Children's Museum, there are 2 positions. One is actually funded at 0, the Programs Manager and Visitor Experience Associate. That's funded at 0. Are you eliminating that position?
So with the executive director leaving, and then we had 2 other full-time positions that just all took place at the same time about a month ago. So I kind of felt that we're interviewing now for the new executive director position. I wanted to leave that position in there, but the new executive director may have some other thoughts or ideas as to better ways in order to operate that department. So I cut that position for now, and we'll see what the new director may recommend in the future. But I just didn't feel like, with other difficult decisions, I thought that one was one we needed to take a step back from. That makes sense?
It does, but it will make more sense to me if you say it's eliminated. It's there as 0, and the total budget, again, for something that I know that this council is advocating to come out of the operating budget to a 501c3 private nonprofit, the budget implications with the elimination, or at least with calling it 0 funded, is $190,855. That's without that position. So you have it at 0. Do you plan to, when the new executive director is hired, allow that position to be put back in and find funding? Because it is at 0. So to me, that's eliminated.
So I did eliminate the position for funding because I wasn't sure if it was needed. I kind of felt that that'd have to be a decision that's made. The good news about the North Shore Children's Museum is that, I know we've talked about this very recently, was that their Friends group was awarded 501c3 status. So they're going to be able to do some fundraising that is going to supplement this budget considerably. And I anticipate strongly that every year there will be less and less reliance on the city until we get to the point where it's complete. I just felt, again, looking at the overall budget, the position was open. I thought eliminating that position now, with the understanding that they could present down the road, maybe it's 2 part-time positions or another role in some way that we'd have to bring forward to the council. I just left the title in there just so everybody knew what it was, and then zeroed it out.
Thank you, and I'm glad you left the title there, because when their funding comes in, I'm going to look to see that title is funded with their the funds that they've raised through their nonprofit status. So thank you for that, Mayor. I appreciate that. And then, I just have one more, Mr. Chairman, I think, if I may jump to recreation. We have 1 TBA for recreation supervisor at $58,500. I just want to know how long that position has been open, please, and thank you.
That position has became vacant in March, and I believe we have filled it. So, fingers crossed, I'll know more next week.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I'm just looking for extended period of time to.
Completely
I think you filled it. Thank you. For the session, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Council Manning Martin, councilors. A motion section.
I have a question before we move on.
Oh, I didn't see you, Peach.
Thank you. Looking at forest, Director of Forestry, at tree report, $9,000, 2020. I'm assuming that this fund is like a more recent. It. and if you could, it's really hard.
This one. Okay, what was the question?
So we funded replacements at $1,000, but the spend in our pack dollars confirm that we've actually spent. I know there's these like up, so because I know
Yep.
we had a big discussion on the city council giving you a sub tree removal replacement as well.
50 this spring. Voices were just submitted last week. So that early for this year, so.
Thank you. We have it for specific to 14,000 share. So public, I get a list for like taking trees and replacing. Like how much type of tree, how many trees do you plant with
15,000, probably another 35 to 40. There are 300 trees, but we need supplies as far as loom, tree stake, 35 to 40, and that's pretty successful for us because it usually takes 3 weeks to almost a month in. While we're planting, we do stump grinding, stuff like that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pete.
To Mr. I know recently for us because the equipment broke down and we had equipment operating and house running the department.
but it's fine. So, rocking and rolling.
Mr. Chairman, could I jump in for a moment?
Councilor Ross.
I just, to honor the request of the council, there's a motion, 100, you reference it, Councilor Pete. Uncomfortable forward $100, 1,000 department, and then we can evaluate the rest of the year. 1,000 to that. Me by the.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other question on seeing none, Councilor Gamache.
Yes. I believe the motion would be to approve $4,180,000 is
That is the correct motion. On the motion, seeing none, roll.
Council. No. Alton.
yes.
Yeah.
Gould.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Moving on, we're going section. So any that you have to the so the mayor, financial administration, the collector, legal, board, case commission, conservation commission, planning of appeals, community development, building department.
For some reason, $1,000 budget for the city, which doesn't really make sense to me. It's that Mr. Gingrich, the explanation of how this runs.
not certain. Not I post.
Okay, can you possibly get that Thursday? Appreciate it. You might want to stay on the account backup. Excuse me. It looks like page 160. For the it says print and mail 24. This is under and then dollars looks like outside service. Why would council be anything the census?
I would think that would go on the account.
So that should be under the clerk's department, not in. Looking at outside services for this council, we had $1,000, year to date. I guess traditionally out of the council, or is that a clerk budget item?
Ms. Post,
Sorry?
it should be out of the city clerk.
Into your budget at all. Correct way. Remove full administration. This is account. Maybe you've done. I think this was a lot higher. It is. You've only used $75 of it, and there's 70 remaining, and there's also no financial backup paid to where even the 75 was spent. Typically you get that, or I believe in the past you've gotten that expenditures made years prior outside legal fund, but financial backup and $5,000 remaining in that.
Traditionally, this account operates is that it
For the councils, page 3.
because we go put together in May, not really we're going to work out through the whole year budget account. The way it is utilized in the city for from this account fund other accounts, some additional request to you for this, and I believe we did in the past give you a break 24,905. It went to places, and we can do that next meeting.
Okay. And I actually 75, but yeah, yes, you've always given it. Did. Could move to the warrant. This is from Mr. Gingrich. Was the this is new Mary Martin. Up be under water, or why is that under your department?
Actually, in my budget to be able to fund different that occur with functions, not necessarily in saying budgets so only.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's like, I just think that we're apples with, it's just kind of for outside service. You know, there's a couple different things that are mixed, and it would not be that way. But so we have the newest audit that was approved the other day, but then we have not released outside service. Would assistant auditing services have been also be able to positions we express with these director outside services, and I would think it was the same here. So why is there a reduction in auditing services?
You know, your facilities, hiring people, we were able to reduce sizes. In this budget, you internal to make sure that our reporting requirements are up to snuff. And then we also pay, as an outside service, external auditors to come in and review our entire city books from head to toe. They come in the spring, start beginning work on grants, retirement system, and back in the end of November, finish all their testing. And right now we got number for expected increase going forward.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gingrich, that's exactly my point. So the other day, we listened to a presentation on an assistant auditor that was going to handle outside grants and revolving funds, revolving accounts. But this accounting service you just said handles grants and revolving accounts. So it's, you know, again, we talked about redundancy the other day, and this is why I voted no on that position, was because I believe there's a lot of redundancy there. If we're paying an outside company to audit it, then why do we need an internal assistant auditor to audit it also?
The reason why we have a city auditor and an assistant city auditor is to prepare all the requirements, do all the filings, and then the external auditors review that to make sure that we're doing things properly. So it's not redundant, it's another level of review.
Under Assessor's Department, professional service, 2024 base, 118,000. 2020 was $25,000. Difference realized. Any idea? Maybe that's $12. Try to
Like, I could put funding for FY4 for revaluation of parcels and the remaining amount of account board, so we don't need new money this year, reduced significantly from prior year.
understand. My question is, we're weeks away from the end of the fiscal year, and you've only 5,000 out of 3, or I should say, $100,000 in funding that was professional service not used.
He's going to roll 1 year to the next to continue the evaluation process.
Next year, proposed budget 21. So it still leaves an overage of $140,000. That's not. I assume it's all ever transfer from that account on our end. The back for the Board of Services. 6 is the list of employees for up to any of the expenditures from outside service, legal expense. And that we've gotten that past over budget. How do you 1,500 over? Stipend, they'll, approve that, and they're, so understand how it would go over within the collector's office, principal listed, TBA, at a $30. Can you answer that, Mike, or should I ask the collector that question directly?
I think I can touch on that one. And so this was negotiated with the union, AFSCME union specifically, as to this particular position. We funded it for half the year because we didn't think that we'd be able to get somebody into that position because of transfers and some other expected movement. So we felt that putting that position as a half, we could potentially eliminate a position or consolidate this position with another position in City Hall. So I think at the end of this, Counselor, I'll be able to show you that there was a savings on this. And this, again, we've worked with the union on this whole plan for this. Yeah, so I'd ask for a little, again, there's going to be transfers that I can't really speak about and different things, but at the end of it, I think there'll be a savings. Sorry, I can't give you more than that.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just, okay, page 11, Human Resources, part-time wages of $2,500. I mean, we pay part-time for $2,500.
Yeah, summer person, summer help.
For
So-
what, for like 3 weeks? Like,
Yeah, like
6
the
weeks.
summer help, usually we'll have a person or two that is funded out of that department.
really, for $2,500? Huh. It's a good deal. Yeah. I'll move on to page 12, Information Technology, wages, part-time. Mayor, you proposed $40,000 for part-time wages, up 60% from last year. And I believe we just added I think we added a full-time IT position last year, didn't we, to the budget? I want IT specialist, maybe we added last year to last year's budget?
So you asking about the part-time position?
I'm asking about the part-time, but I guess my question is, it's a $40,000, it's a $15,000 budget increase, up to $40,000 for part-time employment, but recently we already added a full-time position to that department. And I know IT is very, important these days, but, is that something that we need to do right now?
Yep, so the part-time is Justin, who all of you know. The request came in, again, as you mentioned, the importance of that department, concerns about cybersecurity, and Frank and Peter and the team thought that they would need some additional funding for some part-time work, and I was just honoring that request. I thought with that department and the growing concerns about cybersecurity and the threats that are being made against cities and towns, I just thought that would provide them some additional help.
Okay, and I don't see his name on the, thank you, Mayor. I don't see his name on the employee page. You say it was Justin?
Yeah, we don't list the part-timers generally, so.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Justin is a part-time.
Okay. And just because it caught me off guard with IT, under the IT backup information, there's the IT department pays for internet service for the dog park. It's first I had ever heard of that. We have a IT up at.
I think that's for cameras that are at the dog park. Yeah, we've installed some cameras. Keith Bloom we're doing a complete evaluation of all of the assets of our city. So the dog park, I know right now he's working on a plan for the water treatment plant, the Council on Aging, and some other things. So those are just cameras. That's the fee for the cameras at the dog park.
Oh, okay, great. I was curious because I thought there would be IT available from the Higgins Wi-Fi, so I wasn't sure why we would have a separate Wi-Fi service up at the dog park. And I'm just going to scroll through, but I think that might be it. Actually, I do have elections. We went 107,000, through you to the clerk, we went $107,000 over on outside services in 2024, but in 2025, we're level funded during the presidential year. So do you have enough in your, I mean, whereas you went over by $107,000 last year, does the budget for 2025 cover during a presidential year where you're going to be?
So, Counselor, we had 3 elections in this fiscal year. And so next year we'll just have 2 elections.
Okay, even with 2 with one as large as the presidential.
Correct.
It wouldn't cause you to go over? Okay, just looking out for you, Allison. That's
Thank
all.
you.
You know, so, I'm going to say that's it. I don't have any further questions, but the point I was trying to make is that there's a couple of, although small amounts, there's just numbers that belong in different departments that should be placed in those departments so that we can get an actual reading of what outside services are required. And, you know, for example, the city council being responsible for the census. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Turco. Council Weldon.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. Through you to the mayor, I just had a question regarding your office, the TVA Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. I know that there was interest in filling that position, and I see it's zeroed out. I don't know if there's intent on filling that in the future, and if you could just talk about that and what that budget might be.
Thank you, Councilor. And that was a decision I made based on, I went to a seminar that was run regarding DEI. And the conclusion that I came from that conference was it wouldn't be right to just put this position in the budget without having a kind of a steering committee that establishes goals and action items for the new employee if we were to bring in a DEI officer. So I just felt with that position having not been filled in the last couple of years, I thought we should take a step back, have a committee, review what type of action plan goals that employee would have. So yeah, I think that'll come up again in the future, but with it not being filled the last couple of years and then not really having a definitive plan for that position, I just thought it was the right time to pull back.
Great, thank you. I think it might be helpful just to make sure that we have some sort of standard description as to like what our process is. I know as Brendan's applying for grants and things like that, it's going to be important to make sure that we have a diversity statement and what we're doing with that. But I totally understand. I know initially I was part of the committee, I think, for some of the candidates. So I know it's been difficult to fill too. So thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Weldon. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the auditor, the proposed change is 48% or $83,800. And I know that that is for the newly created assistant auditor's position, but that position was for 70,000, wasn't it? And there's a $13,000 difference. Is that raises included?
So I believe that is, I believe, and I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I thought the position for the assistant auditor was 74. And then one of the votes I asked or sought approval on was to give the auditor I believe it was a $7,000 raise. So I believe that comprises $74,000 for the new position, and then $7,000 plus the 3% for those positions.
So is the new auditor getting a raise as well?
No, that person
No.
should not be.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilman Martin.
If I may,
sorry.
yeah, thank you. That's
Yep.
okay.
And Counselor, if you wanted to pull that line item back a little bit, I mean, that shouldn't, that 3% should not be for that next, for the assistant auditor position. So it's in at 74,000, yeah. So no, I'm sorry, Counselor, that does not include 3%. I believe that was what was voted on, the 74. Was it? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Moving on to page 6 under the assessors section. There's a chairman of the board for the assessors for almost $12,000. Is that a new position?
No, that position actually has been city government at least as long as I know. There was a gentleman, I can't remember his name. He was a appraiser, and he was a long-time appraiser. At the time, that salary was in the 30s, and we pulled that back to what it is now. That person, Teresa, is an attorney. She comes in on Thursdays and works with the department as part of the assessing board. And but no, that used to be, which kind of struck. That is a much reduced position as to what it was when I became mayor.
So did the previous chairman of the board, was it someone in the office who chaired, like someone was on salary and chaired the board?
No, good. So this is an outside person. So there's a requirement, and Susan might be able to answer this better. There's 2 members of the assessing board that are full-time employees, and then there has to be one that's outside.
And they have meetings, one of these meetings, and do they
Well, they're big.
do they follow open meeting law, and do they have minutes, and when did?
Susan, can you?
We have regularly scheduled meetings, more so in the fall when values are set and meetings. We have to determine values and report to the Department of Revenue, and in the spring when we are acting on all the abatement applications. And we have meetings to act on those.
Thank you. Is it more of an inter-office meeting, or
Yes,
is it?
yes, it's posted. It's posted outside our office when we have the meetings.
So it's a public meeting, public could attend?
Absolutely.
And it's on the website?
I don't believe it's on the website. It's outside of City Hall on the bulletin board, outside of our office when our meetings are held.
Okay, so you'd have to be in City Hall to know that they were occurring.
We can certainly post them on the website.
If it's an actual board like the ZBA and the planning board, and they have to meet and you have to post, it really needs to be put out to the public on the website so that they're aware that they can come in and attend these meetings and have public input. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
All set, Councilman Iman?
Just 1 second. And if I missed it, I apologize. Maybe Councilor Turco asked. Collector, an open position in the collector's office, principal clerk. Did anyone touch upon that? How long's that one?
Councilor Turco
You
asked
did?
that question. Yeah.
Okay, you were going so fast. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Iman. Any other councilors? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, if there's no further questions concerning general government, I think, by the way, if I recall, Mr. Mayor, I think that was Bob Noon. Yeah. Okay. That was the chairman of the board. He was there for about 35 years, I think. But anyways, I move to approve the section for general government for $6,556,232 as submitted by His Honor the Mayor.
Councilors, you heard the motion by Councilor Gamache. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Rozignol,
Yes.
Welton,
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Manny Martin.
No.
Higgins.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-1.
Moving on to public safety. So I'll entertain questions regarding the police department, parking clerk, fire alarm, emergency management, dog officer, and parking meter maintenance. Questions from councilors. Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, just going back to the police overtime, I know we've talked a lot about this, and through you to the mayor, I appreciate this number more accurately reflecting the needs of the community and the police department. I did just want to ask and make sure, but I think the clerk may have answered my question. With the presidential election coming up, with the state primary, and then the November election with $45,000, if that's sufficient for elections over time. I guess the clerk might be able to answer that.
Probably not enough money. I think I generally go over budget. There's really no way to control those numbers.
All right, well, just so we know what's coming down the line. Moving out of the police-specific budget, what caught my eye was on the parking meter maintenance budget. If I can get there, page 29. I think there's been a lot of discussion, obviously over the last year and a half, about the new parking downtown, the new ordinances. We raised the fees. So through you to Mr. Gingrich, the revenue, in your presentation, there was revenue from the account. Is that just money people pay the meters that we're accounting for, or do we also account for any parking tickets that could be collected on?
The tickets go to a separate line item in the general fund. All the meter activity goes to the parking meter revolving account, whether it's permits or meters themselves.
Okay, and just, I have too many pieces of paper. For this line item, we're looking at $92,000 just to maintain the parking meters. I can't remember what you said our revenue from that would be. Are we projected to bring in more money than it's going to cost us to operate the new meters?
I think we will over time, and it remains to be seen what the operating costs go full bore, and the usage of the meters themselves. Right now, we have over $200,000 in the parking meter account. We've been collecting $4,000 or $5,000 a month early on with the new meters coming online, and hope that improves over time, and as we get permits and other things going. But I can't tell you whether it's going to balance out in the long run. But for this budget, we're funding 100% between the parking clerk and the parking meter fund, 4,800, all of it through the parking account.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was kind of the idea when we made the investment in downtown parking meters, not only to improve parking downtown for local businesses, but to make sure that, you know, there's another stream of revenue coming into the city in multiple ways, with people eating at our restaurants and then also paying to park downtown. So I was trying to make sense of it all and clarify where the ticket money goes, because I think if we started to enforce the parking downtown, we'd see an additional increase in additional revenue come in, not only in the way of collecting on those parking tickets, but it would also encourage people to actually pay the parking fee at the time of use instead of gambling on a ticket. So just a statement that I'd like to see some enforcement happening downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Mr. Chair, in public safety budget, I'm wondering, I know we bonded new safety and that's forthcoming, and also to upgrade engine 5. I'm not sure if there are any expenses in here. Obviously, that's coming up. I don't know if the full like furniture thing, or if there's baked in here with those projects being anticipated to start in the near future.
As far as the public safety building goes, it's only going to be term service. I started to put together a debt schedule projected. We'll be putting on both the public safety building and some of the other projects that we got bond approval for. And flow for a period of time, cost different situations of that service. As you, the furniture and fixtures and the whole, as it develops, comes.
Thank you. And maybe premature for the conversation. Engine 5, kind of same idea that we get there to be those expenses as well.
Yeah, that capital forward. Yep.
And just question on, I know we've gone over this with other positions, but there's a number of positions that have a zeroed out salary. We're hoping to add more. Can you speak to that too, Mayor?
Councilor?
It's page 25. It's the last 35.
Yes, I see. Okay. Yeah, there are 3 BAs at the end. And Chief and I discussing that plan. I don't want to put a definite date to it yet, but I mean, those are positions, I think, because retirements are coming, we zeroed some out, but position in there because we want to fill those. So I think over some retirements, show budget. The answer is yes, fill those.
Understood. As there are people we're going to have overall, right. There'll be some cost savings and balancing. That's keep this straight. Thank you. No further questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I of course, don't have questions about the open positions for either the police or fire or schools for the teachers and paras for that matter. I just have one question for the chief, the police chief, please. The dog officers, not but do we have any things that in keeping dogs pretty? A lot of we have Sweet Paws and we have the that are nonprofits. It's fun to keep animals from being euthanized when they're used, and a lot of times they'll come in. Their ailments and surgeries are so expensive that max. So I'm wondering, the poor animals be put down if it's not, they don't have the funds. So what do we do as a city to supplement, help lives so that always rely 100% on profits, because they can't do everything. So I'm wondering what we do in the city, because I don't see any funding here jumping up that be geared towards that. Do we do anything?
I know that CEO Lily closed a number of organizations. I'm not with any case that we've actually gone to the point where it had to get euthanized, so I think she does a good job finding homes, and there's a lot of people there that are work and do the best they can, unless it's a extreme situation. There isn't any funding for it, but she does have a lot of relationships throughout the Mass. I know she's far away to try and
Difficult. So I'm wondering, is there anything we can do to assist as a city? Because to go to profits, the city animals now every day, you know, if you're on Facebook, you can see all these animals that have just been dropped off or tied, and they're in terrible shape. So, I mean, how many can you have if everybody's going to the same agency profit? So I'm just wondering if maybe I'll call and we think about ways that we can supplement in order to assist those agencies, you know, as the to do.
I think that would be a great, just in the last 2 or 3 weeks, there was a big case up in Mac, and then we had a situation here, about 18 dogs alone. We work with the MSPCA, and, you know, we prosecute people that we're dealing with, but, you know, the victims of abuse and what solutions.
And I do know that your office is great. You do everything you can, but I'm that we take a look to do because it is growing, and
I would look forward to that.
All right, excellent. I will call you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other councilors? Marco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was one question. Management stipends. Increased that a lot, 1,000. Trying to find the page, and I'll give it a second. Okay. Looks like page 27. Stipends went 10,000 this year, up to from 40,000 to 50,000. Was that approved? Who? It looks like 5 stipends, maybe. Do you know who gets those?
Typically, we worked with Chief Dowling, Chief Griffin, Sharon, Cameron, and we try to parcel out some additional, that 50,000 to those departments, the people that have additional responsibilities. IT also plays a role in that. So yeah, it's usually something we just develop over time. It's not really a set stipend, except for it's a $15,000 stipend for Chief Dowling as the Emergency Management Director. And then the remaining, we try to parcel out to different positions that have additional emergency responsibilities.
Okay, I thought we took. Sorry to interrupt you. I thought we took a vote a year or two ago to add like 3 stipends to specific positions. I thought you were adding. I know there was Sharon Cameron was one.
Inspectors.
Maybe Chief Dowling in the IT department was the 3rd. And I guess if we could just address the $10,000 change from last year to this year, what's so who's getting the $10,000? We have no specific person.
So I don't think it's specific to somebody. I just think I asked for 10 to have more money available. I think Sharon Cameron gets a stipend. A couple people, inspectors from her department. I can get that list for you, Counselor, for an upcoming meeting.
Yeah, I think there was a specific vote we took a year or two ago.
I'm trying to remember.
With specific positions tied to them. But I guess, I thought it was at 40,000, and I just was curious why the $10,000 increase. But, yeah, if you could
I can get
let
that
me know
info.
who's getting the
Yeah.
stipends.
I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but I think there's a number of people that get stipends. Again, there's $15,000 stipend to the Emergency Management Director, which is now Chief Dowling, and then the Health Department, the Police Department, IT, Security. I'll get that information for you.
Speaking of...
Councilor Turco, your question is whether or not he has that latitude to, or whether it's fixed by council motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I thought that we specifically
I have a
mentioned
similar recollection,
where
so,
these stipends were supposed to go. And I believe there were 4 positions that you had presented to us that you wanted to give those stipends to. I remember specifically IT being one, because it was a little, kind of thought outside the box on that one. And I actually thought it was a good idea. So I know you did mention specific positions. So I was just curious. We 10,000, so I was wondering if you had that position or if this is one we had already approved that you had allowed.
And I'll go back. I thought it would have been department a specific. So let me check on that. But this for a specific person.
Any other councilors? Councilor Gamal.
Yes, at this time, I move approval on the total public safety as submitted by a zone $1,001,900. So moved.
Councilors, you heard from Councilor Gamal. Call.
Council Turco.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes. Yes.
Mel.
Yes. Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yeah.
Higgs.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 11.
Okay, moving on to services section. Question related to streets and highway, public works administration, garage, disposal, facilities, security division, and cemetery. Question, councilors. Manning Martin.
Mr. Chairman, Nation 3, Facilities Director, the new position just created last week. Sure. Page 33 under.
Is the Assistant Facility Director.
That's the newly created. Junior Custodian City Floater, how long has that been vacant?
How long is it? Bring the HR.
Full-time position in this has been vacant for more than a year. However, what we've been trying to do is we take on additional obligations with regard to other municipal buildings and have been restructuring the facilities department. We do have a position that is both school and in some municipal buildings, so
It's kind of a floater.
it's a floater.
Okay, you have one floater, 28,000, and then you have one, I'm sorry, you have one floater.
So, Counselor, we have, I believe we have 4 open custodial positions right now. There's been a lot of movement within that department because of how the rules work with regard to the collective bargaining agreement. None of those have been open for a particularly lengthy period of time. The one that has been is the floater because it's a floater. So we have to backfill the other ones first. So we're in the process of movement with the 3 that are currently open assigned to schools. And then we have one person that we're in the process of hiring right now. So again, it's like a snapshot in time.
Okay, so again, you have the school side and the city side, kind of blurred lines. And right above that, supportive maintenance, custody support maintenance, you have 2 open positions there for 40,000. How long have those been open?
So those are the 2 positions that I mentioned last week regarding hopefully to hire a electrical and an HVAC.
HVAC,
Carpentry and HVAC. So we put half a year down there figuring that will take some time. And also there's going to be some retirements, potential movement that will open things up a little bit in that department.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is regarding the page 34, the assistant facilities director. Again, and the carpenter and the HVAC. If you go to outside services on page 34, we actually increased it by $32,000, or the mayor increased it by $32,000, and yet when we again discussed the assistant facilities director and the addition of the carpenter and the HVAC mechanic, I asked, and others had asked about the reduction in outside services, and I couldn't see who it was because it was behind me, but somebody said in response to the mayor's question, we should save at least a couple of $100,000 by having these positions internal. Why doesn't it reflect the cut in outside services, if that's the case? I'll ask the mayor that question.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Councilor. Yes, I tried to put that number more in line with what it has been in the past. I really tried to focus on this budget where, you know, too often we continually put the same number knowing it's going to go over. I do believe there's going to be a savings on that. I was reluctant to show that on this budget because I think it's going to take some time for that department to get fully staffed and to hire those 2 new positions, which I do think will be a great benefit. I was just very hesitant and reluctant to do that at this point where they're certainly not going to be starting July 1, probably not till the fall, probably not in the fall and probably sometime later. So I was just trying to be cautious with that number and have more of a realistic number with still hiring to do and seeing how things shake out. That's all.
Right. So with that said, you know, that's what I had asked the other night regarding a carpenter and HVAC. You had them listed at 40,000 each and said that they would be covered under the retirement of one individual. And, you know, as we all know, there's no HVAC mechanic or carpenter that makes $40,000 for full time. So you're just funding it for pretty much a half a year or so.
I was thinking, I was kind of in my head 60% to 2/3 of a year.
Right. So this is what I was trying to get to the other night is now, so those positions are actually more in line at 70,000 each, 75,000 each. So now you're looking at 150,000 just in salaries for the 2 positions, plus the retirement benefits, plus the health insurance. So there's no possible way that the one retirement is going to cover those 2 positions. Long term, they may short term for this year, but you know, in the upcoming years, we won't even be close to covering those. So those will just be an added expense to the budget, you know, in perpetuity. But and that's why I didn't support it, because I just didn't want to see that added forever.
If I could, Council, the addition to that also is there's overtime that plays into this number as well. And I do think when the salary, benefits, and overtime that full amount will be able to fund 2 positions or come pretty darn close to it. It is adding another health insurance benefit package, certainly because we're going from 1 position to 2. But I do think the way, with the changes in the structure, I do think that that we will be able to come very close to covering the 2 positions with 1.
Okay, and you back to me, at the very beginning of this presentation, what I had mentioned to you, new hires. These are these union employees or ordinance employees? So the facilities assistant would be an ordinance employee. Carpenter HVAC, are those union or non-union?
Oh, they will be union employees, yep.
Okay. So wouldn't you have the authority, without, you had mentioned negotiating further down the road about health insurance costs, but you have the authority for new hirees, especially ordinance employees. Any new ordinance employee hired to increase the percentage required of them to pay for health insurance, which again goes back to me trying to address the constant increases in health insurance. So, again, we had talked about this maybe years ago. It's very hard to get a union to agree to any increase in health insurance. We know that. So what most companies and agencies do is they lead by example, and they begin those increases on the management side. And then when they go into negotiations, they say, we've done it on our side. And it really takes away a little leverage on the union side. So, and again, not current employees, I'm talking about future employees. So before you hire this facilities assistant director, I don't know why any of these new positions, we're not telling them that they have to pay 25% for their health insurance or whatever it may be on the ordinance side. Because if you don't and you expect to go to those negotiations regarding health insurance next year and look for the unions to give anything, there's no shot in hell that they'll give a thing unless they've seen, the city lead by example and say, we've done it. So just a point, because it's going to come up every year. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Any other councilors? Councilor Walton.
Thank you, Chair McGinn. Just to echo Councilor Turco's points on this, I'm definitely willing to support this. I'd love to see what the cost savings are next year, so I'd be prepared to support it tonight, but I think it's a pretty sizable commitment to add the 2 positions and also have the contracted services still being so high, so I'm hopeful that it comes down. I know that we don't really have numbers to look at until we implement everything, but I would support it tonight, but I wouldn't support it next year if the numbers don't back up the savings that we anticipate. Thank you.
That's fair. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. Any other councilors? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This time I would move approval of public services as approved and submitted by the mayor of $13,557,834. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Gamache. On the motion, seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
No.
Rossignol,
Yes.
Welton,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Peach, yes.
Gould, Daigle,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
No.
Higgins,
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-2.
Next section is Human Services. So this is Health Administration, Social Services Division, School Health Administration, Council on Aging, Disabilities Commission, Veteran Service, and Community Programs. When the time comes for the vote on this, Councilor Melville's intent is to recuse himself on the Council on Aging section, so we'll break this into 2 motions when that time comes. Questions from councilors on this section? Council Weldon.
Thank you, Chairman McGinn. I just had a question. I know some positions are tied to the opioid settlement money. Mr. Gingras, could you maybe just give us a schedule of what that looks like? I just want to make sure we're not kind of treating that almost like ARPA funding where it's going to be gone and you know, we're trying to backtrack where it is. So would you mind just kind of enlightening us a little bit in terms of how the opioid settlement funding works and how we utilize it to fund some of these positions?
Sorry. On page 38, we broke out what is expected for next fiscal year. And you can see that the city contribution is only $7,500. And there's going to be a combination of the public health grant and the opioid funds to fund the balance of salaries and health insurance and the expense line items. And then on the next page, the staff that's being paid out of the opioid funds is listed.
Thank you. So the total amount that we draw from on the opioid amount, excuse me, the opioid settlement amount, that's for this year, is that a multi-year settlement? Can we anticipate, can you just maybe enlighten us on what that overall settlement looks like?
Probably, Sarah could probably do a better job than I can, but it's a multi-year and multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Good evening. So the settlement is about $2.7 million currently, and it's through FY38. So it is a long-term fund.
Great, thank you. I was just essentially asking to make sure we have enough money for these positions and ongoing. So thank you very much. That answers it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could to add to that, there's additional settlements coming. In fact, we were notified of another potential settlement that has to go to court for approval, but there's going to be further some additional funds coming, and I think we're in good shape in terms of not relying on city for some time for these positions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good news. Council Weldon, you all set? Yeah, Council Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor. Under the school health administration, I think we've hit on outside services a lot. Last year we funded $12,000, which we haven't spent yet, and the increase to their outside services. I'm not aware of what school health outside services would include, but if we didn't spend the money this year, like this is on page 39 for those looking. So we increased it $1,500. If you could enlighten me into what that entails and why we might need it.
Thank you, Council. Just give me a moment.
Looks like Ms. Cameron can address that.
So traditionally, we spend the outside services funds on the electronic health records software for the school nurses. We also use it for vendors to calibrate our hearing equipment that the school nurses do the screening. And then things like locksmith services to service the medicine cabinets that are required. The reason we didn't spend that money in last fiscal year, and you can see it has been spent in prior fiscal years, is that we have a state grant that we typically use to fund, we contract with an outside agency to fund behavioral health services in our schools. This year they had one of their clinicians left, and they weren't able to replace it. So I was able to repurpose that unspent grant funds to pay for those software expenses and things I traditionally would have paid for from the outside services.
Thank you. And through you to Mr. Gingrich, does the 12,000 roll over? I see it's still on the detail, or are we, that go back into the general fund? So essentially, are we funding, we're putting 13,000 into it this year, but really we're looking at, 20+ thousand for the year?
I would expect that to close out and roll to free cash.
Thank you. And then I don't really have any questions on the Council on Aging. I just, what we're is only a of what the is providing. For a pretty significant portion of their operating budget. So one of the Council on Aging, and if not too much work, if you provide to the council overall actually is to operate, and so that us as a have an idea of this is a pretty big number we provide the tax roll, but the services that you're providing are beyond.
Button. Okay. So budget 3.1 million. We have with about 1.4 million. As you can see, increase 33,000, but positions really just to the cost of living that was given to the employee in September. We had $30, but then in the 2020, that wasn't in there. So in October of it's a $60,000 got as well. Looking for the other 60 probably 3% for 5. So I think percent that the and then another 40% that we're covering. I think that 60 balance our day program, and it does concern me this year. Program at the school she earned. Not sure how McCall about $350,000 program this year. That's that up with the day program. So it actually comes to $63,000 COLA expenses. Our staff they earn those 3%, and I think the mayor certainly touched upon. We're looking at replacing positions too, because we had 9 retirements, and I think over the next 2 to 3 years we're going to have probably a good quarter of our staff will be retiring. And I think if we don't keep up with this, at least the cost of living increases, there's no way that we're going to attract any kind of candidates that we know we're going to need. So.
Thank you, Carolyn. I think you do a wonderful job. And I just wanted to kind of highlight it for the public watching that we're, like you said, we're funding about 60% through the city, but your organization, through money you bring in through revenue and through fundraising, you're funding the other 40% of your budget, which is a significant savings to the taxpayer, especially for a service that is available to them. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll go to the whiteboard. I guess we're saving $42 of taxpayer. How's that? Put it that way.
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Peach. Any other councilors? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, I'm going to take that motion separately for Councilor Melville.
Yeah, just don't go far, Councilor. If we could do the Council on Aging first.
Yes. At this time, I move approval on the submitted amount of money from His Honor the Mayor for $1,797,243 for Council on Aging. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Gamache on the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Rozignol,
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Gamache,
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Daigle,
Yes.
Manny Martin,
Yes.
Higgins,
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Council Melville, if you could come back, please. A moment to do the math.
Can I?
The number is 455,174. 455,270. Make sure you say in services less.
Yes. Motion to approve the service. Yeah. Minus the Council on Aging of $455. So moved.
You heard Councilor Gamache on. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilor Turco, Rozignol,
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Gamache,
Yes.
Daigle, Manny Martin, Higgins, McGinn.
Yes. Moving on. Budget section, stone debt service. Questions on service.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Was a motion 2 weeks ago, maybe, rolling service when it plans things actually with the new bond we've approved to come on board. I'm just wondering where you're at with that we could have it on final. Have it on Thursday. Things still in the works.
That's something I'm still working on. Pretty side fund for the water sewer aspect of it. I can show you that now that's 8.6 million. That will grow over the next 5 to 7 years up to, and it's going to fluctuate in between there, and then it'll start to drop a little bit depending on what 7 or 8 years road. But it's going to be fairly stable with $3 million increase that 5 to 7 years. But I can elaborate for like complete schedule.
Thank you. What that is that with anticipation of a new high school, or maybe in 5 years have to start paying for a new high school. Hopefully.
That's existing. Bonds have already voted, and the building.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Any other councilors?
To approve the 2025 fiscal budget service at $8,685,306.
Motion from Councilor Melville. On the motion. Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco,
Yes.
Rozignol,
Yes.
Melville, Gamache.
Yes.
Gould, Daigle.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Higgins. Motion carries 11-0.
benefits. So there's payment system, workman's comp, and insurance administration. Questions from councilors? Council Turco.
If Mr. Freeman, a second of his time, appreciate it. Hi, Jim, how are you? I'm just curious, when we collect for retirement in the city, we actually collect like for multiple, is correct? Do we collect for PML as well as
Housing.
the housing authority and sewer? So when you're looking at an increase on the 527 on the mayor's part, is that increase divided amongst all those agencies, or is that 20,000 the increase?
That's the city increase, because this year really 17 million, not the...
It was 17 million opposed to the last year to this year, because I only see the $520,000 increase on the board.
Right.
Would have been.
So the number that's given to the city is what the city's paying. We take out housing, I bill them directly, and...
Okay, then they reimburse for it, but that's an accurate, the 520 is just for our share.
Correct.
Oh, okay. And how do you foresee the scheduling for the next 10 years for payments to get us funded?
So the schedule now, the one we have in place, and again, we got the new actuary results this morning, we're on track to be funded by 2036. But as Mike mentioned and the mayor mentioned, that number goes up.
Right.
Because it is a moving target. So our actuarial was based on the numbers as of January 1st. So we're now 6-7 months in. But the number of people that we have, we're now over 1,800 people in our retirement system, between retired employees, survivors, active employees, and then the number of inactive people, the people that work here for 2 or 3 years and then move on, but they leave their money here, their money is still in their bank. I'm maintaining their files, we're still paying interest on their annuity savings. If they go get a job in Salem and then retire, when they retire, we get a bill for a portion of that retirement. So we're on track to pay it by then, but it is going to be a fluctuating number from year to year.
Right. All it depends on the market, right? Okay. I just wanted to get your personal thoughts as the retirement director. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Other councilors? Councilor Turco, you want to make this motion?
Move to approve the mayor's proposed 2025 budget of $13,899,206 for retirement system account 910.
Councilor, you heard the motion. Councilor Turco on the motion. On roll call.
Rossignol. Welton.
Yes.
Marsh.
Yes.
Peach. Cool.
Yes.
Tagle.
Yes.
Higgins. McGinn.
Yes.
Motion carried 11-0.
Okay, so that finishes all the major budget sections. City of the we're to the education side on Thursday. We're going to jump over to the enterprise funds, which are where we're going to advance to that. Take a 2-minute recess.
Yes, we'll come back to order. The previous motion that was made by Councilor Turco was only for the retirement section of that budget proposal, so I would entertain a motion for employee benefits of $18,978,000.
So moved.
Councilor Rossignol on the motion. Roll call.
Councilors Rossignol, Dalton, Gamache,
Yes.
Pete.
Yes.
Yes. Manning Marks. Higgins. Carries 0.
So I'm going to finish waiting for the emergency, and he had to leave. So, said, next time, and you want to presentation? Yes. You going to do the first?
Good evening, councilors. Okay. Good evening. Before you are the fiscal 2025 enterprise budgets. Water and sewer, recreation enterprise, which is the skating rink and golf course. In fiscal 2023, actual water and sewer revenue was $19,217,739. Fiscal 2024 budget was $24,173,000, and we are projecting to collect $23,300,388, which is $872,612 less than budgeted. Usage was lower than expected this year due to rainy seasons. We are budgeting $21,730,000 for fiscal 2025, which is down from fiscal 2024 projected revenue. The decrease in expected revenue is mostly due to the phase-out and closure of Rousselot, approximately $1.7 million. Actual sewer expense in fiscal year 2023 totaled $10,492,316. The primary expense is the assessment paid to South Essex Sewage District for septic disposal. Other significant expenses include salaries and wages, outside services, and utilities. Fiscal year 2024 projected expenses are slightly under budget at $10,579,391. The estimated budget for fiscal 2025 is $10,568,000, seeing a slight decrease in intergovernmental expenses, which is the SESD charges, as Russell comes offline. Fiscal 2023 actual expenses for water were $10,969,411. The primary expenses include salaries and wages, employee benefits, $3.8 million for purchase of MWRA water while the Winona Water Treatment Plant was being renovated, outside services, materials and supplies, and debt service. We are expecting fiscal 2024 expenses to come in over budget at $13,059,197. The overage is attributable to unforeseen water repairs due to multiple water breaks throughout the city. The fiscal year 2025 budget request is $11,078,000, which includes a decrease of $1.6 million in the MWRA assessment. This decrease in MWRA assessment is in part to the decrease in reliance because our water treatment plants are upgraded and operational. MWRA usage is trending below calendar 2023, so we expect a further reduction in MWRA purchases in FY26. Fiscal 2023 revenues of $19,217,739 and indirect costs and operating expenses of $19,887,096, resulting in a loss of $669,357. After paying our debt service obligations of $1,574,631, there was a deficit balance of $2,243,988. The retained earnings had a beginning balance of $1,669,727. In addition, there was a transfer from tax in the amount of $574,261 to balance out fiscal 2023. Revenue is coming in less than expected for fiscal 2024, due in part to a decrease in usage and then the phase out of Rousselot. Fiscal 2024 expenses are slightly more than anticipated. After we pay debt service, we project to have a deficit balance of $415,616. This may result in a transfer from tax, but we are optimistic collections for June will be enough to prevent a deficit. We are using an estimate of $21,730,000 for fiscal 2025 revenue against operating expenses of $19,081,545. leaving us with a small surplus of $2,392 after meeting our debt service obligation. We do not believe we will need to increase rates this year, but we anticipate coming for rate increases for water and sewer in fiscal 2026. This is necessary in order to build retained earnings that can be used to fund scheduled increases in debt service, maintain and update infrastructure, and allow the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund to be self-sustaining going forward. The next slides are regarding the skating rink. This slide provides some statistics with regards to our skating rink. The rink is open approximately 12 hours a day between September and June. The skating rink is utilized for hockey by 4 local high schools, including Peabody High and Bishop Fenwick. With 440 hours of skate time, youth select hockey teams make up 803 hours of rink time, and private rentals account for another 625 hours. Total hockey hours of 1,868 hours. 2,241 hours of public skating and 226 hours of other rentals. A total of 4,335 hours of programs and activities throughout the year occur at the skating rink. In fiscal 2023, skating rink revenues were $844,629. Ice rental fees generate 67%, 22% comes from public skating, 2.5% are special events, and 3.6% are special programs, 4.9% from concessions, vending, and rentals. We expect fiscal 2024 revenue to come in over budget at $850,000, which is a slight increase over the prior year. We anticipate the projected revenue in fiscal 2025 to be similar to fiscal 2024 at $855,000. On the next slide, the actual expenses in fiscal 2023 were $875,714. The expenses are primarily related to salaries and wages and utilities. We are projecting fiscal 2024 expenses to come in slightly over budget at $945,495. The additional costs are attributable to additional outside services due to unforeseen repairs. The retained earnings for the skating rink, fiscal 2023 revenues of $844,629 exceeded operating expenses of $785,820 by $58,809. The operating profit was used to pay debt service of $89,894, leaving a deficit of $31,085. In fiscal 2023, the beginning balance in retained earnings was a deficit balance of $59,343, leaving 2023 retained earnings with a deficit of $90,428. Revenue is coming in greater than expected for fiscal 24, and the expenses are slightly more than anticipated. After we pay debt service, we expect to see a deficit balance of $95,495, which will decrease retained earnings to $185,923. We anticipate fiscal 2025 revenue of $855,000, operating expenses of $918,000, leaving us with a deficit of $144,500 after meeting our debt service obligation. This will cause retained earnings in the skating rink to go from a deficit balance of $185,923 to a deficit balance of $330,423. The golf course actual sales in 2023 totaled $1,911,000. Green fees and cart rentals make up 90% of total revenues. We are projecting fiscal 2024 revenue of $1,984,500, with $1,216,179 in green fees, $523,508 in carts, plus some increases in concessions, pro shop, and outings for fiscal 24. We are estimating fiscal 25 revenue to come in similar to 2024 at $2 million. The fiscal 2023 clubhouse expense was $718,000, plus the CDA loan payback of $100,000 for a total of $818,000. The biggest drivers of expenses are payroll, supplies, and cart leases. Fiscal 2024 expense is expected to come in at $817,000, including the $100,000 CDA loan payback. This is slightly higher than anticipated. The fiscal 2025 clubhouse expense budget is $994,900, with the increase attributable to $192,745 to be paid towards the debt service for the land purchase we invested in. The actual ground expenses in 2023 was $776,000. Significant budget drivers are payroll, maintenance, grounds, equipment rentals, and capital improvements. For fiscal 2024, we project to be approximately $100,000 under budget at $841,250. This comes from a combination of accounts including part-time wages, health insurance, utilities, maintenance, and grounds. The proposed budget for fiscal 2025 is $900,000, of which $434,750 is salaries, $246,542 is maintenance and grounds, and $175,000 is capital improvement. The next slide shows that the fiscal 2025 golf course grounds capital plan, which includes annual irrigation, rotor replacement, annual dethatching of fairways, Granite Street pump station, upgrade, equipment and cart path renovations, and repaving. The golf course retained earnings, fiscal 2023 revenues of $1.9 million exceeded operating expenses of $1.5 million by $417,000. After making a payment of $100,000 to the CDA loan, the golf course was left with a surplus balance of $317,000. Retained earnings went from a balance of $962,569 to a surplus balance of $1,279,905. Fiscal 2024 is projected to have a surplus of $325,992, which is approximately $18,000 over budget. The increase is attributed to the decrease in operating expenses over the amount budgeted. We are estimating fiscal 2025 revenues at $2 million. Operating expenses budgeted at $1.6 million, a slight decrease over the prior year. Once the CDA loan payment of $100,000 is paid and the debt service for the land purchase of $192,745, we expect to see a surplus of $105,100 and ending retained earnings of $1.7 million. The next slide is the combined retained earnings for the recreation enterprise. Looking at the fiscal 2023 actuals for the recreation enterprise, we can see combined revenues $2,756,500 and combined fiscal 2023 operating expenses of $2,280,000, leaving a gross profit in the recreation enterprise fund of $476,145. After paying the rink debt service, $89,894, and golf CDA loan payment of $100,000, we had a net revenue of $286,251. The net revenue added to the fiscal 2022 beginning retained earnings deficit in the rink of $59,343 and surplus in the golf course of $962,569 left us with an ending recreation retained earnings surplus of $1,189,000. We project that the Recreation Enterprise Fund will have fiscal 2024 revenues totaling $2,834,500 and operating expenses of $2,416,000. Gross profit will be $418,492, less financing costs of $187,995, leaving a net revenue of $230,497. Retained earnings will increase to $1,419,974. And the estimated fiscal 2025 recreation enterprise revenues are $2,855,000, with estimated operating expenses of $2,520,561. After we reduce the estimated gross profit of $334,439 by the debt service and CDA loan payment, we arrive at an estimated net deficit of $39,400. Adding this net deficit to the beginning retained earnings of $1,419,974, we have estimated retained earnings of $1,380,574 for fiscal 2025.
Thank you. Councilors, we'll do this as the way it is in the book here. So we'll start with any questions for the ice skating rink, pertaining to the ice skating rink. Questions, councilors? Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a question regarding the revenue for the ice rink. I know the majority of the funds come in through rentals for ice. I do know, looking at the presentation that we just went through, that even when we combine the ice rink with golf, we still have a deficit of, almost $40,000. And I think if we're looking at make that up, I'd just like to learn a little more from the if additional revenue opportunities that we could pursue there, whether anything like that. So.
Hello. Could you just repeat the question?
Yeah, no problem. I know we've put together the ice rink and golf to a combined recreation as a and there's a deficit on the ice rink side, and everything. There's still a deficit of about $40,000. I'm looking at are there opportunities that the majority of the revenue comes through ice rentals, sponsorship revenue. Do you guys sell? Just like $40,000, like a tangible amount that maybe.
So to sell on the boards, we sold maybe two. Have any really interest in purchasing ad boards? We generally have $1,500 per ad for 1 year. I think that I'm going to continue to look at that and try to improve on how I can develop a little bit more marketing on the boards itself. It takes up a lot of time to go out and visit the community and knock on doors and try to raise that kind of money. I am definitely going to focus a little bit more on that for sure.
Yeah, I think, just the point I'm trying to make is instead of trying to take a big bite at the apple on the deficit on the overall rink side, it looks like when we combine everything, 40,000 might be a nice target to kind of work at. So it sounds like you're working on, the boards, but there might be other opportunities where that feels like a lot more accessible than to try to get
Yeah,
the
so
whole
what
balance
we
of
did this
deficit.
summer is I actually enticed a few more programs to come in for the summer months. Due to the lack of ice availability from September to April, it's very difficult to find ice time for programs. So I focused on this summer, and we actually enticed some more programs to join us this summer. We have 3 or 4 summer clinics going on currently, which is a substantial amount from last year. So, the revenue from that, it's main job of mine is to produce revenue, and my staff and myself are working very hard. We're shorthanded, and every week or every day we're trying to come up with ideas to generate more revenue. The building is 52, 53 years old. We do everything we can to try to maintain it and keep it running. All the unforeseen things that come up that hits our budget hard. It's unexpected, and I think if you ever visited the skating rink, you would see that the building for its age is very well kept, and we try to do the very best. But there isn't a day that doesn't go by where myself and my short staff try to come up with ideas to generate more revenue. We're doing everything we can, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to try to generate more revenue. And as you can see, we did a little bit better this year than we did last year, which is a positive, I think. I know that, is tough, but that we can, and we're going to continue to do what we can to make the skating rink work.
Great. Thanks for me.
Councilor Manning.
Can you tell me you have 2 vacant positions, how long they've been you have one assistant rank, manager, assistant manager,
Yes.
and a head laborer.
The head retired, John Bishop, he just retired after 20-something years at the skating rink. And assistant manager promised me a year. She had to leave unexpectedly, and that was in March. She was only with us for a year.
Why the assistant manager is 45 and the head laborer is 1,000? Like, why wouldn't the assistant be more?
But we didn't fund it for a full year. I think we did either the 12th of the year. I figured it's going to get somebody in position. So we gave a little bit of money and made it sense.
And went to, slow down.
We figured.
Line item 0699, 45,254, which is essentially the skating. So moved.
To reduce the manager. Okay, motion on motion. Councilor Rosenthal.
To Manny Martin, I'm absolutely inclined to support this. Is that position, labor position right below that, where we just a labor entry. I'm wondering if we could do the city budget with laborers that we currently have. I know, but after this is, I really want to know if we can absorb the next one into the city budget and save. We and kind of gone along this road for the last few years that I can remember, trying to develop revenue, and that so now cut costs. And I don't know if the assistant would be impactful, but I think the labor we could endure with the laborers that we just created position. At least that's my thinking, but I'll yield, and thank you.
On the motion, Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the motion, I agree with Councilor Rossignol, and we need to do something, in my opinion. I would like, if Councilor Manning Martin is inclined, to table the motion for now, so further discussion can occur, and then we can determine where cuts would be made, or if you're just inclined to move forward.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your asking that question, Council Peach, but this has got to be the 5th year in a row that this skating rink is bleeding money for tens of thousands of dollars. So I think tabling it is just, pushing off what needs to be done. So I'm willing to, Councilor Rossignol, if you'd like to reduce both positions, I can amend my motion to reduce the assistant skating rink manager, leaving $1. Should things pick up next year, then they can come back and see if we want to fund that position. And then the next motion I plan to make was to reduce the head laborer as well for $51,000.
If I may, the motion on the floor is to, as of right now, is to reduce the eliminate the assistant skating rink manager, right? Assistant skating rink manager, whatever you want to call it. That's the motion on the floor right now. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Appreciate the discussion. I did want to say a few things. Paul is a very hard worker, and he's had a tough run of it this year with a couple of unexpected departures, and I do believe that he's made a real good effort to try to bring some additional revenue in, and I think this year has been better than last year. I think it would be very difficult for him, and we do have 2 more years under the lease to take away 2 positions. I understand the feeling, but 2 positions, I'd be concerned about. I mean, he's already probably working 60 hours a week plus, particularly over the last few months. And I think taking 2 away would be extremely difficult to continue the operation. So,
Okay.
you know, I would
Sure,
just...
sure. With that, I'll withdraw my motion, my original motion, and instead I'm going to make a motion to reduce rather, the 006990 ice skating rink head laborer skating of $51,439.83. I think Council Rossignol adds some good sense to that, so that is my motion. So moved.
Okay, the motion now is to rescind and eliminate the head laborer skating position of $51,439.83. On the motion, Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Councilor Gouache. So I was in favor of the first motion with the assistant manager reduction. The head laborer, I'm not sure, you know, as Paul did state, it's a 52-year-old building. I think the priority needs to, we still need to maintain that building for 2 years. We could probably operate the, you know, the rink without an assistant manager. And to Councilor Rossignol's point, that's a carpenter and an HVAC mechanic. I'm not sure, you know, it's related to what a head laborer for skating would do. But if that's the motion on the floor, we'll I guess we can move forward with the vote, and hopefully there's a second vote after.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilor Rossignol.
On the motion, I think we're all in agreement one has to go. So I would like to actually ask the rink director, choose your weapon, and see which position would be less detrimental. I can see the argument, to be honest with you, on both sides. You have, whether it's the assistant manager and they're running the day-to-day operations, or whether you're talking about a laborer that we could try to absorb through our own facilities department. We just can't keep bleeding money from this building.
Sure.
Okay,
if I can just,
Councilor
we
Manning,
probably should not shoot in that regard. Then I'll reduce it by a sum of money for the budget, and then the gentleman can decide which one he needs. That being said,
Rescinding your original motion.
I'm rescinding that one too. So I'm going to rescind it by, let's just split the difference, $50,000. So moved.
Okay, on the motion, Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Gouache. I'll make it quick. I just think I'm in favor of reducing the budget. I think we need to figure out how best to put things together. Maybe we don't need an assistant skating ranger, but I would allocate funds towards possibly a marketing or revenue director to outreach and increase more revenue. I know there's inside on the rink, and then there's the outside and the development side, and it sounds to me from our conversation that the business development side could. I think it's a quite fitted of staffing, but that's just my personal. So,
Further comments on the motion? I think we allow Ms. Louis to, you know, respond to this motion if there's no objection. Whoops.
I'd just like to respond to that motion. You know, both those positions are critical in the skating world, especially the assistant manager position, where that person is there at night and he's there during the weekends when we have select hockey games, we have public skating going on. There's a lot of people coming to the rink, and that assistant manager position is a pinnacle for the success of the skating rink. The head laborer, the gentleman who just left the job and the gentleman who's been filling his job has been doing a great job. There isn't a day that doesn't go by where something is broken or something that needs repair. Like the mayor said, I've been working more than I probably should be, but I am very attached to the skating rink. I love the skating rink. I'll do anything for the skating rink. If I had to give up one, I would probably have to give up the head laborer, but I think it's a very bad decision. I understand that we have to make cuts. I get that. But you're removing two positions that are pinnacle in the skating world and operating the skating rink. And I would love to invite all of you to come down to the skating rink and see what we do there, especially on the weekends and Friday nights when I've got 150 middle school kids hanging out at the skating rink, a very safe environment for them, but you need an assistant manager there. You need somebody in charge to make sure that everybody's behaving themselves and the place is kept and everybody doing their thing. Please, I understand the money, I get it. Skating rink is an opportunity for not just Peabody, for a lot of groups to come to the rink and feel safe in the environment. Thank you.
Sure. Just to clarify, thank you. $50,000 reduction, you're going to be able to choose which position. It's up to you. You're the able to move the question.
I personally
Decision.
you know,
Motion. There's a motion, please. There's a motion to move the question. Debatable. This is the question.
Turco. Yes. Rossignol. Yes. Welton. Peach. Yes. Gould.
Yes.
Dig. Manning Martin.
Yes.
Yep.
Gamache.
Yes.
Motion carries 10.
Motion on the floor is rink budget by $50,000. Roll call.
Councilors Turco.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Melville.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
No.
Daigle.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-2.
That does the skating rink aspect of the budget. We will now move to golf. Oh, I'm sorry. I need a motion to approve the budget for the skating rink minus the $50,000.
Councilor Gamache, I just had a few more questions on the budget.
Councilor Peach?
Thank you. This is kind of why I wanted to discuss this more before the flat vote, but through you to the mayor, in the wages part-time, we increased those by $20,000. Can you explain, are we adding significantly more positions? Is that currently filling, do we have a part-time person filling in with these full-time jobs right now? I feel like $20,000 is a large increase for part-time, unless those people are, you know, helping fill those full-time positions right now.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. Should have pointed that out. With John Bishop's retirement, we thought that he would be of value to us on a part-time basis. So that's why we increased that slightly, or 20,000, to account for some hours and work that he can provide us, which I think would lessen the impact that the previous vote and keep operations going. Most of that is just part-timers, people helping out, snack shack, things of that nature comprises most of that. But we thought that John Bishop would be of value and could help more on a part-time basis. So that's why the addition was there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there's also a 31% increase to the health insurance line item. I know health insurance went up, but I didn't see that across other departments.
Somebody who wasn't taking it is now taking health insurance.
Thank you.
If I may, just really quickly on the skating rink aspect, there are other items in the budget that he can play with to get the 50,000. I wanted to ask a question, but it's not appropriate right now, whether you wanted to raise the cost of ice time. That's an alternative. We need to increase the revenue, and we have to find a way to do it without this $50,000. So if you look at the line items in this budget, you may be able to come up with some more money. It's part of being a manager. You have to take the hits when you can take it. So with that being said, the ice skating rink is now taken care of. Now we will move to the golf course aspect. Say that again. If we can approve the Council
Can give you ready for a motion to approve the skating rink budget? Okay. To approve 2025 mayor proposed for 06 skating $50,000 of $949,500.
So you heard. Roll call.
Councilor Rowe.
Yes.
Rossignol. Welton. Melville. Peach. Gould.
Yes.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
We'll now go with the course. Mr. If there's any questions for him. Do I have any councilors interested in asking questions on the golf course? Seeing none.
Being no question, I would make a motion the May 5 course. I'm sorry, is it the golf course or we're going to do the enterprise fund?
Separate them, so we'll go with the golf course.
It'll be $1,804,900.
Where the motion?
Rossignol.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Higgins.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Okay, I would entertain a motion for the entire fund minus the $50,000. Councilor Turco.
Move to approve the recreational enterprise fund accounts total 440 under the mayor's 2025 proposed budget minus $50,000 in the amount of $2,844,400.
You hear the motion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilors Turco.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Next and last item on the agenda is the water and sewer Fund. Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the presentation, it was mentioned we're not looking at a tax increase this year and potentially not looking to transfer anything from, I meant a rate increase this year, and we're not looking to transfer anything from the tax revenue. But we would be anticipating, with the projection numbers, an increase in the water rate in 2026. Through you to the mayor, we did a really significant water increase. Was it last year, 2 years ago? I don't even remember. But it was a significant increase, and the way it was presented to us was this is paying for the MWRA years because they bill us a year after the fact, and then also accounting for Rousselot coming offline. And it didn't seem like in those projections that we'd be seeing another significant increase in the near future, but 2026 seems pretty near to a vote we took in 2023. So did something change in our projections to say, is it just because it rained a lot last year, so we didn't collect as much? But I feel, are we looking at a significant increase? Are we looking at a slight, cost of living basically increase? Everything is more expensive, but we did such a significant increase, and we did it all at once with the understanding we wouldn't need to do that again.
There will be no water and sewer increase this year.
I know, but it was mentioned that we're looking at one for 2026. So if the projections are showing 2026, like, are we talking, a 1% increase, a 3% increase? It just, the way it was presented to the council last year when we did a significant increase was that we would not need to do another increase because we were covering these, I guess, unexpected costs. With the MWRA, we knew that was coming. We held off on it, thinking maybe there'd be some revenue that comes in. But then with Rousselot closing, that was a big hit to us. So I understood why we needed to make that increase. But then to say we're now looking at an increase in our next fiscal year, 2026, I just, a half a, like, what show at this point?
I won't be one where I don't anticipate following. We're in much better shape now with MWR water. Here, but I'm not anticipating guys for water and have a real do. It's not going to be a significant. It's too early to say, but this year, our finance team is cautious.
I appreciate a lot of discuss. We're voting it here, tax increase, but we need to be cautious of what we're voting here. Things don't get cheaper. I don't know why. I'm just trying to watch out for that. Down mentioned at 6, we're looking at the watering. So I was just concerned.
Rightly, there's people that always has to we always have to monitor that, but yeah, be good about where we're at.
You all set? Any other questions? Concerns? Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund? Entertain a motion. Their glasses on. Councilor Rosenthal? Let's go. Melville.
Mr. Chairman, I move 20 approved budget for $1,066,000 moved.
Melville. Any comments on the motion? Seeing none?
Turco.
Yes.
Roswell. Welton.
Yes.
Mel.
Yes.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Higgins.
Yes.
Marsh.
Yes. At this point, I would move it Thursday night. You heard the motion, Council.
Thank you, Council.